Mr. Denny, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, we will wait for Prof. Mansur and Mr. Emir ya.
Yeah, okay.
Pak Emir will open the session.
Okay, okay. Okay, right. Can you give me a virtual background for this?
Yes, please. I have read your message. Sorry.
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, Prof. Mansur.
Salam, Prof.
Yes. We have 7, so we have to wait a little bit more.
Yes, we have wait more, Prof. We wait for Mr. Emir to opening the session.
Okay, sure.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
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 How are you, Prof?
Alhamdulillah. This week, a lot of workshops.
Wow.
Barakallahu fiik.
Thank you. Thank you.
How is the situation over there in Kuala Lumpur?
Still the same, but then everything's already opened up. But then the cases, like yesterday, still 5,000.
Oh, per
Yeah.
day 5,000.
Yeah, per day 5,000. And we act normal now because nothing we can do. So
Yeah, get bored. Oh, sorry, Prof. Yeah.
yeah, people become used to it. Right? So yeah.
COVID is just
Today,
like influenza, yeah.
yeah, today, but you know, yesterday close to 5,000, 4,800.
Yeah.
But then the problem, the death is still high, 61.
Wow.
Yesterday.
Oh.
Good.
So still high here. Yeah.
And you still close your border, yeah, from.
No, but I think we are allowed to travel to certain countries. I'm not sure whether, but then the problem is the quarantine. It's very costly, so people will not come in.
Oh, yeah.
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 Quarantine, 5-day quarantine.
Yeah.
Pak Denny sehat.
Alhamdulillah, Pak Dr. Mir. Ini udah lama nggak kawin lagi nih, Pak Mir. Ya, mau kita tunggu 5 menit lagi atau kita mau mulai?
Langsung aja Pak Denny.
Okay. We will start our research workshop, our agenda now. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Dr. Sultan Emir from National Committee of Islamic Economic and Finance, KNEKS. Honorable Coach, Mentor, or Guru, Prof. Mansur Ibrahim, or ISIF. Honorable Attendant from Indonesia University, IPB University, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, IAEI Association of Islamic Economists, And all participants, thanks you for coming on this research workshop series 10 in Islamic Economic and Finance. First of all, let's pray and thanks to our God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us mercy and blessing so we can attend and gather in this nice meeting without any trouble and obstacle. Then my salawat and salam always be given to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness to the brightness with our Islam. Yeah. Welcome to Research Workshop Series 10 in Islamic Economics and Finance. I'm sure today will bring a lot of benefit to all in the room by spreading knowledge and also stimulating some new ideas. My name is Denny Panugraha and I will be moderating this workshop. The first agenda is opening speech from Dr. Sultan Emir, from Executive Director of Islamic Ecosystem KNEKS. Please, Dr. Sultan Emir, time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Denny. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'in ala umurid dunya waddin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. Rabbi syrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Respected Professor Mansur Ibrahim, our mentor, our guru from the International Center for Education in Islamic Finance, INSIF, representative from our co-organizers, lecturers from Win Syarif Hidayatullah, from University of Indonesia, IPB University, as well as representative from IAEI Jakarta chapter. And selected participants, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, let us praise and thank Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us the chance to attend this virtual meeting today, and we pray to Him, may Allah make our workshop run successfully and benefit the participants. Peace be upon our Prophet Nabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and all his companions. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that today will be the last workshop series out of 10 series that we have planned to conduct this year. And since this is the last day, we cannot say anything except to express our highest gratitude to our coach and mentor, Professor Mansur Ibrahim, for being with us from the beginning until the end of this workshop. And also, on behalf of the executive management of KNEKS, I would like to thank our co-organizers, Win Syarif Hidayatullah, University of Indonesia, IPB University, IAEI Jakarta chapter, as well as all other supporters who have supported us in making sure that this workshop can be conducted smoothly. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala always grant us good health, blessing, prosperity during this pandemic era. Since today is the last workshop series, we are going to discuss about some up feedback for participants draft 2. I'm sure Professor Mansur will come out with the feedback. And I really hope that since today is the last series, all participants, especially the selected one, to use, I hope all of you can use this opportunity to learn as much as possible from Professor Mansur. And again, I'm never bored to urge you and to request your full commitment to attend and to do the tasks given by Professor Mansur. And even though, for example, you are late in completing the task, please do not forget to catch up and send all the requirements to Professor Mansur. We need to remember that our goal is to publish several good quality research papers after this workshop, and I'm sure you are fully committed since you are selected for that. So please do your best. We will provide the certificate, e-certificate, for those who send the first draft to Professor Mansur, and of course to Sister Nadia. And we hope that not only first draft, but all complete paper in the near future. Lastly, I hope all of you, especially the participants, can keep your high spirit during this last workshop, and may Allah bless all of us. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Sultan Emir. Next agenda is session 1, sum up feedback for participant draft 2 from our mentor, Prof. Mansur Ibrahim. Participant can ask question in chat room or raise hand before we start the agenda. I will read Prof. Mansur Ibrahim's profile. Prof. Mansur Ibrahim is currently a professor and deputy president academic and dean at the International Center for Education in Islamic Finance, INSIF, Malaysia. He received his PhD in economics in 1996 from Washington University. His area of interest include monetary or macroeconomics, economics development, financial market analysis, Islamic banking and finance, and applied econometry. Throughout his academic career, he has published in various scholarly reputable international journals and conduct applied econometric training for various institutions. In 2020, Prof. Mansur Ibrahim has ranked top 2% world as a scientist in the field of economics based on University Stanford related to Scopus Citation Rank 2019, West Editor on World Economy Journal and Pacific Basin Finance Journal, Associate Editor on Journal Economic Modeling, and have a 20 Scopus High Index International. Before we call our honorable mentor, I have a little poem or pantun in Indonesia. It's another chilly morning as you wake up while yawning. Breakfast is ready in dining after some exercise and training. Dress up and get ready for learning. I will call our honorable mentor and guru, Prof. Mansur Ibrahim. Prof. Mansur Ibrahim.
Yes, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pak Denny and Dr. Sultan and all of you. Again, we are in, as mentioned by Dr. Sultan, basically we are in the final workshops, but then I would say that the final may not be final because once we have academic relations, basically, or scholarly relations, the relation will basically or should last for forever. Which means that even after this, we should communicate. And if you have anything to get advice from me, and if it can help, surely I will extend my helps in terms of what you do, in terms of in research. Right? And also, I will not say that by completing the 10 series, we are successful. Not yet. Right? Because the success of these workshops will be evaluated in terms of the draft that you come up. Right? And if we have the workshops 10 times for the past many months, but then there exists no draft, right? But I believe that there has been learning. How much learning every one of us can judge on our own, because each of us may learn, but then at different pace, right? But then I believe they have been learning, but then whether that learning translate into final outcome, which is most important, right? To be able to publish our work, our research in I would say, our focus basically international journals, be it Indonesian journals that are of international nature, or the other international journals published overseas, right? So that's our aim, right? But then that publications our aim, but also our main aim is to appreciate basically, or to understand what we mean by research, right? Because research is not just simply coming up with the topic, right? Coming up with the topic and gather data, put in a software and discuss the results. And that not really the research, because those are of course important, the one that I have mentioned, where you come up with topic and you have objective and so on. But then underlying the research is more important in the context of why you do what you do. For example, in terms of your topics that you undertake to look at. Right? So those are type of things that are very important. So what I'm going to do in today's sessions, let me share this. I think I just sent this to Nadia, and then hopefully she will share in the groups, right? So what I will go through, provide more feedbacks and provide conclusions for today's sessions. And basically, there are three things that I would like to do, because I received also full draft. I have gone through a few of the full draft that I get, which is the first draft. I will give feedback on those by picking up, as I mentioned before from the beginning, my area is more of empirical work that apply econometrics. So I will try to give full details, but also I will go through some of the articles that use different methods or different approaches. But then if you look at the way that I discuss throughout our workshops, I think the core or the focus, regardless of what type of method that you use, as long as you have your data that you have collected and you try to analyze those data, the core of your articles remain the same, which means that all articles must be able to answer certain questions that will be raised by the editors of the journal, by the referees of the journals, because your article will go through the refereeing process, where if the editor find your article to be suitable or to be interesting, the editor will forward for referee, right? What we do not want to have is basically our articles submitted to the journal, the editor see it, and the editor return back to you and inform you that your article is not good enough, or your article does not fit the journals, right? So basically, we would like to avoid that. And this is the reasons why we have quite extensive workshops throughout 10 series, try to see not only on writing the way that we have done so far, of course, our main focus on the writing, but not only writing, but more of the research in general, the elements that are needed for having a good work. So what I'm going to go through, basically, I would like to sum up first, provide an overview or review of what we have done for the past, I think, many months, right? And then put here the elements of good papers. So that perhaps will be our first half, and second half, I will look at the draft. Right? I put in this slide one article, right, that use econometric, to use this article as an example, right? And I approach this article from the perspective of a referee, not coach, not someone that teach on how to write, not someone that basically inform or guide on how to do things, but I will try to approach as coach, as referee, which means that I will try to look at your write-up and try to come up with criticisms of what you have written up. Try to come up with questions, right? Whether you have put something enough or not, right? Whether what you have written raise so many questions rather than answer what you try to answer. So I will approach your draft as a referee, right? That I normally did, right? Remember, editors and referees, these people like you, they are very, very busy people, right? And the editors receive thousands of the articles per year, hundreds of articles per month. You've seen many Q1 or Q2 journals, or even Q3 journals, that as long as they are in Scopus, people are rushing and submit to those journals. So they receive substantial number of articles. No way they can read all articles in details, right? So they do a speed reading. They look at certain components in your article, whether those components are there in your articles or not, to make a decisions, whether to return back the articles or to proceed with the process. And the same thing when your articles go to the referee, right? Your article go to referee. Referees are also busy, right? And some referees, and that's why journal give them roughly 2 or 3 months, right? Some journal, of course, the less time given, like 6 weeks, but then normally on average 2 months for one article. Why? Because the referee also is busy with some other thing, with their own work and so on. So basically, the first thing, they would like to form opinion regarding your article by glancing through elements that are needed in the articles, what I term as elements of good papers, which I will review because we have discussed many times in terms of what need to be in your article in different aspects, but I would like to sum it up in this final meeting as second part, right? So I will approach the draft as a referee, right? So basically when I approach a referee, I will ask a lot of things in that context, right? Whether what you have done sufficient or not, whether your motivation is enough or not, that's strong enough or convincing or not, or whether your contribution, for example, can it be expanded? Because if the referees, right, are not convinced with the motivations and contributions, right, of your work, they will scan through and try to find something to put more, but then more of negative tones, so that they will at the end reject your articles, right? So these are type of things that we have to be aware, right? Because at the end, you have to remember, of course, when we do research, right, the word research itself, basically, there are knowledge out there, which basically known only to maybe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for example, knowledge out there, but we try to understand, and we try to learn, we try to gain knowledge, right? So which means that gaining knowledge means we try to search for something that right now we do not have concrete answer, or we don't have complete answer. There are certain elements that are missing in our understanding, and that's what motivates our work, right? Our research should not be on something that have obvious answer. I think I mentioned to you, I have different workshop also with different groups from Indonesia. That I mentioned roughly, if you do something that have the obvious answer, right, have the obvious answer, then when referee look at objective, for example, referee will easily say that there's nothing new with respect to what you have done, right? So you have to write in such a way that for certain things there exists no obvious answer, right? No obvious answer, which means that there are debates out there, there are controversies out there, there are issues that need to be addressed which have not been addressed before, related to the topic that you are doing, right? So those are very important. And the second thing, let me be basically direct to all of you here, right? Now, when you do research, of course, you have publication in mind, but your main objective is to learn, right? But at the same time, because once you learn, you would like to basically educate others too of what you have learned from your research, and you would like to publish. And the best way or the best place to publish is in good journals, because good journals, basically many people read them. Many of your peers will read them. Many of policymakers internationally will read them in very good journals, right? So at least you hope that what you have written there, someone will pick up, expand further, or someone will pick up and use that as part of their inputs for a bigger framework in making decisions and so on, right? So basically, you have to remember that would be your audience, right? Your audience. So what I try to say in terms of this case is that even picking up a topic or even your research objective, you should frame them in the context of international debate that people have, international or argument within the international context, right? And I have observed, and I think I have mentioned from the beginning, but then I do not want to ask you to change the topics for a very simple reason, for us to learn on writing first, right? What are elements that are needed in our articles? Pick any topics, learn the writing, but later on, once we understand a little bit in terms of the process of writing good papers, the process of research and so on, then we can go back and try to think of some other good papers, for example, other good titles or topics of investigations, right? We have to make our topics, right? We have to put our topic under the theme that of international interest, which means that people out there, not just readers in Indonesia, right? Not just readers in Indonesia, people out there, right? People out there are interested to know, right? I give you a very simple example. There are few articles that try to look at the spin-off, right, of development banks, right, and to create Islamic bank according to the order of such and such. That few articles that try to look at, right? Now, the spin-off is basically what happened in Indonesia based on regulatory requirements. That there must be a spin-off. If I'm not mistaken, you may correct me after this, by 2023, right? You have to have spin-off, right? Now, if you zoom directly into Indonesian case, it may be too specific for Indonesia, but then the same thing can be used by putting that case within the bigger context of debates, right? Within context of debate within Islamic banking literature, right? And perhaps one of the debate you look at out there, not just specifically that of interest to Indonesian readers, but maybe of interest also to the scholars in many Muslim countries that have both Islamic bank, conventional bank, is to look at a mode of entry of Islamic bank, right? Mode of entry. Now, if you look in that context, then your team will become bigger and may attract international audience, because when it comes to banking, for example, like foreign bank or now Islamic bank, people are interested not only in terms of ownership of those banks, but people are interested in terms of the entry, right, of those banks into the countries. Whether the entry of those banks into the countries, and these are the elements that have not been looked at yet. Very few articles try to look at this, right? But I would say this is important, because if you put under difference, under the bigger team, in terms of the mode of entry, you will see that people have done for foreign banks. Whether if foreign bank come to Indonesia, in what way they come to Indonesia, for example, or they go to Malaysia, in what way they go to Malaysia. So that mode of entry. One way is to go and build totally new foreign bank. So that's what we call as greenfield, right? The other way, they go in by acquiring existing bank in Malaysia, increase ownership of increase foreign ownership and become foreign bank. And that one, entry through acquisitions, right? Entry through acquisitions. Now, if you analyze in terms of how Islamic banks enter into the market, right? There are very interesting patterns that you look at, or many different types of entries that you can classify. one, of course, fully fledged Islamic bank started from the beginning, right? And in Malaysian context, for example, the one that full-fledged Islamic bank is Bank Islam Malaysia Berhad. That, how about any other bank? Any other bank enter into the market through different modes, not through newly established Islamic bank, and that's what we term as greenfield, right? And the other way that they have is basically starting from window, becomes basically branches and become subsidiaries, right? So many banks like this, and they are subsidiaries of the bank holding companies, right? And they are basically under the parent bank, which are conventional. So that's why we have basically HSBC, Al-Amins, we have OCBC, SADIC, we have all types of Islamic bank. These are subsidiaries. And I also look at the history of some of Islamic banks in Indonesia, for example. Some Islamic banks come into the picture by the acquisitions of a bank by other bank. And then the bank that acquire other bank convert that bank into Islamic bank, right? So that one is through acquisitions. So you look at, there are many modes of entries. Are these different entries, right? So if you look in that context, for example, that context can become a framework to evaluate whether spin-off would be a good thing or not, for example. So if you look at that context, because spin-off is basically starting from window, one mode of entry, and then spin-off become subsidiaries or become a separate bank, right? So those are mode of entries. And that's why I also mentioned last in different workshops, a study that has been done on the Indonesian banking sector, looking at Islamic bank, looking at Indonesian banking sector, but focus only on changing ownerships throughout the years. How ownership of the bank keep on changing throughout the years, and they look at those things, and the paper is published in Journal of Banking and Finance, the JBF, which is Q1, the highly ranked journal, JBF, but data only 60, if I'm not mistaken, 60 banks in Indonesia in the data set, not all banks, 60 banks. So which means that you can, it's no problem to use data from Indonesia, but how you put the issues in the context of international interest, that one would be very important, right? That you have to bring up. So those are just something that I would like to highlight in the context of your writing. Try to think in terms of putting your work, right? You can, because everything you do, for example, right, is for others to read, right? For others to read, of course, you want to learn, but then more yet, if you want to publish, is for others to read. So you have to think in the context of your audience, right? And if your audience is international, right, why would they be interested in something that are very local to Indonesia, for example? Right? So you have to think, because sometimes we do not put in the bigger context in terms of the debate that have taken place in the journals that we would like to publish. Because in journal, they have the debate that have taken place on various topics. Right? There are debates out there in terms of, let's say, some of the work that's basically, you are going to write is on the impact of COVID-19, and you look at Indonesian context. There's no problem to look at Indonesian context, but then you have to look at, put that Indonesian context in a bigger picture, right? Because out there are basically the debates that have taken place, and a lot of work that's coming up. People try to look at basically the correlation structure. One of the articles that I will look at the draft, I try to look at correlation structure between various types of assets, whether they have changed or not during the time COVID-19. Right? People try to look at the sectoral impact. Right? People try to look at just at the beginning. I signed in quite right at the dot at the 9, but it was in my. I am in my office just at 8:30. I just glanced through article that has been published looking at the impact COVID-19. There are so many different things that people have done here. So those are the literature that you your background, you have to be your setting, because those give you the current debates that we have with respect to the topic that we try to discuss, right? So that's very important, right? Try to look at, and of course, for sure, when I say try to put your topic or our topic in the international context that can appeal to the international audience, means that we ourselves have to read a lot the articles in the article that belong to the area of your work, right? We have to read a lot the articles, because remember, your article will be sent to a referee, and most likely, I would say 80% of the time, the referee that will read the article is the one that have done the work in the same area, or the one that know about the area, right? The one that have read a lot, but normally the one have done the work in the area. So which means that the person knows something. So basically for them, they will look at something that they would like to learn from your articles. You give them something that they cannot learn, and something what they have known before, for example, then your article might be rejected. Right? So those are type of things that we have to look at. Right? Think of your referee. Now, when you come to the draft, because we have to revise the draft from time to time, and as I said, our communication should not stop here. From time to time, we can sit down, right? And if you need any help from me, and we can go to the draft, and I can give suggestions, right, in terms of improving the draft. The only thing that is required in terms of revising, basically, we should not stop. We should be consistent, and we should have perseverance, right, in terms of revising and revising without being tired. Right? Very important part, because sometimes we give up sometimes. Right? Why so many times we have to review? Why so many times we have to do this and so on? I think I narrated to you before. Evans, American authors, one of the editor that basically give the smallest the same workshop on publication in high impact journal. Even them, for example, they say they revise more than 10 times. My close friends from Pacific Basin Finance Journal, the former editor, for example, Gon Free, from University of Hawaii, and he said, we must be ready to revise even more than 10 times. And this is common even for the American writers, right? So you look at, we keep on revising and revising and revising. Why? Because we want to communicate well what we have done, so people know, right? So these are type of things that we basically have to learn, right? Now, the amounts of investments that we need to put in terms of practices and time only at the beginning, right? Once you have written 4 or 5 articles and you keep on practicing and practicing 4 or 5 articles, you will get the skills, right? And once you get the skill of writing, and then the next article will be a lot easy. And in fact, based on my experience, for example, after a few years of writing, even literature review, I can write in my head without having to put on the paper, that I can organize everything in. But this requires the skills, right? And that's why I said from at the beginning, you have to learn, you have to put efforts, right? Because I think effort will not, or skill will not come without having a lot of effort putting in. So that's one very important part, right? Now, what we try to do here in the article, right? We try to put all pieces together, right? All pieces together, right? And that's why we have introductions, we have literature review, right? And we have data and methods, we have results sections, and we have the conclusions. And after we have done those things, we just put an abstract in there, right? And then of course we have the title. And these are all different pieces, all different pieces. What we will try to do, we will try to put the pieces together. Once they are together, right, people see that you try to show certain things, that people can understand from what you try to say, right? So that the art of writing, putting pieces together, is like this picture, right? People try to put pieces together. At the end, we can see they are the maps, right? The puzzle here is about the map, so people can see, right? You do not want to write when you put together, people have no idea what are they in terms of the picture that they try to show them. And that you do not want to have those. Right? So very important in writing, right? That we have to train ourselves like these people, try to put all pieces together, and at the end, right? Even people that have not read conclusion yet, right? Even literature we have not put in yet, for example, to have the idea, or you try to describe the match, right? You try to describe the match, you try to do things. So this is exactly that the writing of the articles, right? People understand, even right from your introductions, for example, that you try to do this thing and you try to show certain things, right? And of course, all sections have basically certain details that need to be in there. And these are just to review of the 5 sessions that we have gone through, looking at various aspects, right? We have gone through 5 sessions, of course, each we have feedback and so on. So more than 5 sessions, but if you look at in the context what we have done before, for example, introductions, right? We have discussed in terms of what must be in introductions. Introducing your topic by giving a little bit of the background first. And then you're building up the issues and motivations by emphasizing the practical or theoretical relevance of what you try to do. You have to motivate, right? You have to motivate, right? And very simple, so study the, because we are in Islamic banking and finance, and we try to do things. Like for examples, right? The topic you might have, for example, the impact of zakat, right, on poverty, right? So you put a research question in that. Does zakat reduce poverty, right? Now, of course, when you put that research questions, the answer would be yes or no, right? But then, have ever you asked yourself, when you look at this thing, does awqaf affect poverty? Does this affect poverty? Yes or no, positive, negative, for example. Have you ever thought that if you get the result not in the affirmative, which means you get the result that the more zakat people give, right? The more zakat people give, the higher the poverty. Have you ever thought that if you get this result, how would you explain your results, for example, right? So those are type of things in terms of choosing the topic, right? Choosing a topic. Because sometimes, I do not want to say directly, but sometimes people try to discuss the impact of zakat on poverty. Right? Some people have done. Right? For us, basically, this topic require no analysis because we know that the injunctions or the requirement of zakat, one of which to resolve the problem of this, to help the poor, right? So it need not be discussed because these are clear cut. But then what need to be discussed, how to make zakats to have the full impact, right? So which means that it requires different type of analysis, looking at the zakat institution, looking at the governance of zakat institution perhaps, right? Because zakat will reduce poverty, but what makes zakat may not be able to reduce poverty, for example, maybe because of the governance structure of the zakat institutions, right? So we have to look at way of improving zakat institution, not to answer whether zakat reduce or doesn't reduce the poverty. So these are basically the way we build up the issues and motivations. Right? When we have a topic, we have to ask ourselves, is there any issues regarding this? Right? The same thing as I mentioned before, if our research question said, does zakat reduce poverty? People will ask, what are the issues behind these questions? Is there any controversies out there that people say zakat doesn't reduce poverty? Is there any theories out there come up with contradicting views regarding the relationship between zakat and poverty? Are there any issues? If they are not, then you don't have a good motivations for your work, right? So you have to build up the issues, the motivation, and these are all in introduction that we have gone through before, and to motivate your objective. Because at the end, as I mentioned here, you have to build up, and build up can be summarizing the literature, summarizing the debates, summarizing the various views and various theories and so on, and summarizing our understanding basically with respect to the topic that you try to look at. And once you have done that, you try to motivate this, right? Your objective, what you try to do, right? Of course, when we build introductions, we can start with objective and we can ask ourselves, why would I want to do, or why would I want to research on this objective? What are the reasons? Do I have the answer for this right now based on existing literature? Can theories help me to answer this? There may be controversies out there and so on. Or are there new elements that have not been looked at before under this objective? So all these type of things that you ask ourselves, right? You ask ourselves before you go on and try to write, because this will build up what I term as motivations, right? Motivation, and then you emphasize contributions. So these are what you have to put in your introductions, and you put in your introduction there. And when it comes to literature review, of course, we look at the various views from the theories out there, right? And various, and then previous studies that has been done. And perhaps some of you may want to, because these are options, whether you want to put in hypothesis developments in your literature review or not. Few articles have hypothesis, but most of articles have not put this one. Now, when I look at literature review in general from what you have submitted, I think you are still affected by the way you have written. I'm not sure if you are basically at the undergraduate or postgraduate levels, you are not basically the lecturers or professors, for example. I guess that you are still affected by the way you write for your project work, for your term paper or for your research paper that you submit for the requirements of your degree, right? But writing journal article is different, right? Journal article is different, because I've seen when you look at literature review, I still have seen certain pattern there, right? So that's why from the beginning when I started the program, I said, forget about everything the way you write before, because now we are going to write for a journal, right? The way we write a journal and the way we will try to structure, right? That most journal, because most journal have common structure. Very few journal have its own structure, but then most journal have common structure. So we try to write in that way. And that's why we go through in terms of literature review, and we have to have some critical foundations, which means we have to review some theories, previous studies, how we structure the previous studies. I will show you the example and so on, right? And then when it comes to methods, what is needed is clear-cut, clear explanations, and your explanation must be in such a way that people can follow or people can replicate your methods. And of course, the method must address your research objective. It must address your research objective. And you have to explain your sample, you have to explain your data, and you have to explain your variables, right? So those are what we need in the method, and you discuss the results, right? You present the result, you discuss the result, you perform robustness check, and then you make inferences from the result and so on. And then you, in your article, you close your article with conclusions. Just provide a summary of the main findings and provide what are the implications of your finding, what lesson you can learn, what recommendation that you can make. And also you can add in maybe the weakness of your work or caveat of your work, some caveat in there, and then you can also mention avenue for future research. If someone want to look at this topic, which area that need to be looked at, because our work, how much, how rigorous we are in terms of conducting our work, there may be still some weaknesses that we have to acknowledge, so that someone picking up from what you have left off, and then someone can expand and so on. So these are basically various aspects, 5 different sections that normally we have, right, in writing our articles, right? These are 5 areas, right, that we have when we write our articles, right? And based on these 5 areas, we try to put them together, and at the end, we want to see picture. People can appreciate what you try to tell. At the end, people can bring home, right? Like in this very simple picture, people put all pieces together. Now we have world map, so people understand, right? So everyone that read understand what you try to convey. So this is basically the writing, right? How to put all pieces together, where each piece have its own contents, right? And of course, if you want to put them together, all sections here must be centered on certain point, right? You cannot have introductions, right, centered on other point, and literature review go to the other topics, and you try to put them together. It cannot be, right? So there must be centered on certain point, right? And the points that are the heart of all this is basically your objective. Right? What are your objectives? So that's the heart of all these things, because all these introductions, literature review, right, methods, results, conclusions, all have to look at, or all have to be tied to your objective. And that's the way you tie all pieces together, right? Which are your objectives. So which means that the center of gravity here would be your objective, right? Where everything pulls to that objective. So you have to understand in that context when we write the articles, right? When we write the articles. So that's, and I think, as I mentioned, if you have anything, please do stop me and please or raise your hands or put in the chat. I'll be happy to address what you have. But these are so far what we have done. Right? So far what we have done, right? Just a summary of what we have done. I try to learn on how to put these things together. At the end, we can inform the readers regarding the final outcome, right? Which is this simple figure here, picture here is the world map. We can inform, and everyone get the same picture, right? So that's basically what we try to do when it comes to writing for journal articles, right? And of course, referee will look at all these things, and referee will make assessment, right? How good your articles are, right? How good your articles are. Now, when referee make assessments, what we are looking at in terms of assessments of the articles, right? I would say there are very few checklists that we look at, right? When we evaluate the articles, right? And I'll put 4 points here in terms of what we look at. The first one, of course, we are not going to look one by one, but then we are going to form our opinions regarding all this. Right? The first one, what are the contributions of your work? Right? Of course, you have your objective, you motivate your work, but what are the contributions? Right? How you contribute to the body of knowledge. Right? And that's why I say in terms of writing for a journal article, you have to understand the debate and the state of our understanding. Right? What we have understood so far, based on what people have done in the past, and how we contribute into that understanding, right? By enhancing our understanding of the topic. Do we have significant contributions to the body of knowledge? Right? And that one very important part. People look at what is the contribution of the work, right? Contribution of the work. Is it contribution only use different data set, for example? And that's something quite normal that we put in, right? We do this thing, we use different data set, but is that enough as a contributions or enough as motivations of your work, right? And then, do you have a good framework in looking at your objective? And I said the heart of your paper is research objective. Do you have a good framework? Do you have a well-developed conceptual framework? Right? And when it comes to conceptual frameworks, it reminds me of your PLS SEM, because when I see the articles, nice framework that you put in. So I can say, yes, you have a good conceptual framework, or do you have a good theoretical motivations behind your work, the debate in the theoretical fronts, for example. So these are something that we are looking at, right? We cannot just do something, but we don't have theories, or we quote wrong theories, for example, right? When we try to do certain things. So these are the second part that definitely look at. Now, when it comes to the third part, it's quite easy. You look at what method that you use, right? And the expert in the field will know exactly, okay, this method can be used. Okay? This method can be used to address your objective. But then the referee also will think this, we have this thinking, but there are also other methods that are equally good that can be used to address the same objective that you have. So the referee will ask the next one, why you choose this method instead of the others, right? Very simple in terms of panel data. Why dynamic panel, not static panel, or the other way around? Why static panel and not dynamic panel? Referee will ask, referee will look at your justifications and so on, the right methods, right, for the data and research objective. And most importantly, right, if you use econometric analysis, I'm not sure in terms of PLS, SEM, you have to look at your standard practices or your practices in the papers, right? But when it comes to econometric analysis, you don't have robustness checks. Okay? If you don't have robustness checks, right, I would say that the chance to go into good journal, international journals, would be very, very slim. Right? Very, very small chance to go into. You are lucky if you can go into those, right? Those good journal. So this is a method. Now, and then referee will form opinion about you very quickly by look at the way you are writing, right? Whether you are the articles are well written or not, the choice of words that you use, whether the article have a good flow or not, whether the article focus on what you need to focus or not, or you digress a lot. And most important thing that referee will write with form opinion about the writers or about us, whether you have too many silly mistakes in your writing. Silly mistake, which might not affect the content of your work, but then referee will form opinions about you in the sense that they will come up with, right, the view that if you are not able to take care of these silly mistakes, right, that can be taken care of, right? The mistake like this, you cannot take care of. How can it trust the whole bigger thing that you try to do? Right? A small thing, you make mistakes. How about the big things? And you have many of them. Right? So referee will look at consistencies of your writing. Because I have seen sometimes you have no consistencies in the writing. Right? For example, sometimes you cite others, you use past tense, and different times you use present tense. And that lack of consistency. Right? And sometimes when it comes to basically tabulations, you have different format of tables, and that also lack of consistency. Right? Sometimes you cite, let's say, Ahmad, Abdullah, and Muhammad, 2020. But then at different time, you just said Ahmad et al. 2020. Again, lack of consistencies. Right? And then sometimes a lot of spelling errors, lack of consistencies. Right? Because spelling errors should not be there, because Microsoft Word can address spelling errors. Right? So sometimes you have spelling errors all over. So these are basically the silly mistake that you might commit, right? And that's why writing the journal article, despite the fact that you have a good contributions, you might have contributed, you have a good methods, right? But then if the writing is not good, for example, these are, as I mentioned before, one of the reasons that people will get rejected, right? And the neatness of your article, the formatting, everything of your articles, right? Because when people look at your article, people would like to look at your article as academic article, which must fit certain format, right? But then even your format is not right. For example, the numbering is wrong, for example, right? Sometimes you put bold, sometimes you do not put bolds, right? Even in terms of paragraph, for example, sometimes you have 3-line paragraph, sometimes you have 8, sometimes you have full pages, which are not so consistent. It's not look neat, not look nice, doesn't look nice, right? All these things, for some referees, right, basically they emphasize a lot on those things. They try to look at the neatness of your work. Sometimes even the reference that you put in, that people will look at it, whether you have consistency of referencing or not, whether you give complete or not. Right? Sometimes you forget a lot of things in your reference. Let's say you forget journal article, what are journals coming from, which journal that this article published in, right? And you have few in there. And now people, the referee will start saying that these are silly mistake. You should have checked, and you should have checked thoroughly of what you have done. So these are basically various type of things that you have to be careful when you write articles. Of course, this one come by practice. It seems difficult because a lot of things that we have to take care of. But then if you are used to, right, then it will be very easy because that one become part of your way of doing things, right? So these are 4 different aspects that normally we are looking at, right? 4 different aspects normally that we are looking at in terms of assessing. Okay? If I want to assess the journal articles, and this is the way that I would assess the journal articles, right? The journal article by looking at all these 4 different elements, and these are the checklists that normally we have, right? What are the topics? Okay, you look at the topic, and why this topic is important and how different from the past. We look at, right? And what would be your contribution? We look at. If checks, then it will be a good thing, right? And then we look at the methods. Is there any flaw in the methods and so on? Do you have robustness checks? Do you have the theoretical framework? Do you have good conceptual framework? How about the writing, right? So all these things basically will be elements that referees will judge on your work, right? Whether to recommend revisions, rarely direct acceptance will be extremely rare for direct acceptance when you submit the first time. So will be either revisions or rejections, right? And if revisions, whether minor revisions or major revisions. So these are basically what referee will do, right? So let's go a little bit more thing because I want to put in basically some meat there before I go to your journal articles that you have given to me, the draft, right? The draft that you have written. And I said I will focus more on the one that have econometrics, but then I will try to look into the other part too, right? Because I do not want to edit your article at this moment, basically, but that I would like to raise question first before I edit article, because when it comes to editing, I would say there are many professional editors, but more importantly, whether we have all information that we need be put in there or not, because editing is just edit what you have, but editing may not help much in terms of if, for example, you do not have information, right? Or if, for example, your literature review is not sufficient, editors cannot add new literature in, right? Editor can cut literature. If the one that know about the topic, they can cut literature, taking out some of the review that you have made, but editor cannot add it. Editor will edit only what you have on the papers, and that's why most important thing we have to look at whether we have put sufficient information of what we need in the article or not before we go to editing, right? And sufficient means that they must fit all these 4 different aspects of good papers, right? Now, when it comes to the contributions, right? Contributions, I will try to explain that because these are, I would say, the most important, but the one that we have difficulty when it comes to writing, when it comes to motivating our work, right? We have difficulty. We think that we have motivated enough, but when the referees read your work, referee may come up with different opinions. Your work doesn't have good motivations. And then at the end, because you do not have a good motivation to do this topic, the highlight of your contributions may not be sufficient, right? And these are the most important things because, as I mentioned, when we start this workshop, right, introduction is basically of abstract. People read first, but introductions, people want to get more detail and people will form opinion right away whether your work should be forwarded to the referee or not, or should be sent back to you, right? By looking at only introductions, right? So that's basically, as I mentioned to you, referees or editors have a lot of articles to read. They will not read all of your article unless they are extremely interested in the article that you are writing, that you submit to his or her journal, right? So they will be quick in terms of reading, right? They will try to form opinion of your work. I have a referee, I have the editor that said that okay, for him, he looked at the reference. If no new reference in your article, he will not accept, which means that some of references must be within 5 years. Right? If you don't have reference new one, it means that that topic might not be of interest to the audience. Right? You see in the context of the way that the referee or the editors think. If there's nothing that has been cited for the past 5 years, right? You don't cite any publication for the past 5 years, right? There are two things, right? There are two outcomes. First would be, there may be no works that has been done on that topic in the past, over the past 5 years. But if no publications coming out in the past 5 years on that topic, it means that that topic doesn't attract the readers anymore, doesn't attract the researchers anymore. Or there may be some article, but then you miss out the article, which means that your review is not complete. See, either way, right? If you don't have reference for the past 5 years, editors will form opinion either way that are against you. If really no one have done on that topic for the past 5 years, that topic is of no interest anymore to that journal or to the audience, right? Or if there exist works that have been done in the past 5 years, but you have not cited them, your work is not complete. So we do not know for sure how you contribute when you have not cited, when you do not rely on the work that has been done in the past 5 years. So these are type of things that you have to understand that in terms of the way that people evaluate your work, right? Because people want to see your contributions. Right? Your objective must be explicitly and clearly understood. Of course, you can state in general form, but you have to explain your objective explicitly, what exactly you try to do. There should not be questions coming out when people read the objective or the paragraph that contains your objective. Because sometimes you have one statement say your objective and you explain further your objective. Right? So people should not have different opinions, should not have basically, you should not let people to guess what exactly the specific objective that you try to look at. Right? They try to look at in that paragraph, right? So these are type of things that we would like to look at in terms of your draft, right? And once we look objective, you ask me how do I read articles, go to the objective, right? Or this article try to do this, and then I will ask myself, what are the issues here related to this objective? So which means that your motivations. I will look at motivations of your work, which means what are the issues out there? What are the problems out there? What are the controversies out there that necessitate addressing the objective? You try to look at the interests, the intentions of cash wakaf by millennials. What are the problems out there? Right? Is the problem out there because the lack of participations from millennials? Right? What's the problem out there? So these are type of things that we have to look at. Right? Is that the problems? Right? And you try to look at, because of few participation from millennials in the cash wakaf, you try to investigate why they are not contributing. What are the reasons? Right? So is that the problems out there? Right? Have you emphasized that problem? Do you have statistics to back that up, for example? Right? To back that up. So these are type of things that basically you have to look at, which means that your motivations have to emphasize the problem, because the problem gives rise to the research, right? If you don't have problems, you don't have things to improve in terms of the way you do things, you don't need the research, right? You don't need the research. So you have to emphasize the problem, and the problem may come from incomplete understanding of the topic, right? Incomplete understanding of topic. The problem may come from the controversies out there, insufficient evidence, right? But yet we want to know, and what are the real issues out there, as I mentioned, in terms of intentions of participating in Catch Wakaf. The right problem to look at those things, maybe there are less participation from millennials, for example. Right? There are no participation. The participations into Catch Wakaf only concentrated on the older generations, but not the new one, right? So these are type of things that you have to look at. What are the issues? What are the problems that force you, necessitate you to address the objective, right? Now, you have to tell. So these are normally in your thesis, if you do PhD, for example, they call this one as problem statements. You have to come up with the problem statements of the problems. You don't have statement of problems, how can you have the objective, right? So that's very important part in terms of motivations. And once you state your objective, you have to tell how you contribute, in what way you contribute to this objective. And we have discussed in terms of what type of contribution that you might have. Sometimes your contribution is measurements. You make arguments that what has been done so far, let's say in the context of digital financial inclusions, a lot of things that has been done, try to look at the impact of inclusions, financial inclusions. However, in the past, right, financial inclusions measurements is based only on physical presence of the bank, right? and access to the bank services through that physical presence, either through ATM or either through branches, and either through the use of banking products. But now, right, banks do not need physical presence. And in fact, in many countries, we are going to have digital banking. Moving forward to understand financial inclusions, we have to look into a more comprehensive measure of financial inclusion that includes digitalizations, for example. And you try to contribute by having different measurements. You try to contribute by adding extra factor in that has been ignored before, but you think theoretically this factor is important, right? So you try to contribute by reconciling various literature, putting them into one so that you can look at more comprehensively. So you have to tell your contributions. It's not enough to tell your contributions, right, that there exists limited literature on this objective for Indonesia. It's not enough, right? Because people will ask next, why Indonesia? People will ask, why Indonesia? There are limited literature, for example, on this part, right? Why there exists limited literature on that topic? Right? So those are something that will raise the questions from the referees and so on. Right? So you have to emphasize the contribution. In fact, when you read the article, right, when the article said our contributions are 3, try to look at how they put contribution in there. And try to write down, because at the end, you may basically use more or less the same way, but basically adopt those contributions into your work, but of course put in your own context, right, of the contribution that you can make. So these are basically the objective, motivation, contribution, which normally would be in the introductions, right? Normally this one will be in the introductions. That one very important part, right, that people will look at. And that's why I said the first thing we look at is in the introductions, and we look at the objective. And when we look at the objective, we look at motivations. What are the problems here? Right? Is there any debates out there? What are the practical importance of this topic? What are the theoretical importance of this topic? What do we know so far? These are type of things that people try to look at. And in few paragraphs before you state your objective, you must be able to state these problems, right? So that's why we call problem statements, and then your contribution. So that's the first one, right? And of course, any work that you have must have critical foundations, right? Which means that hypothesis, whether you state it explicitly or implicitly within your research objective, must be well-founded on theories and conceptual framework, right? Because normally we look at all of your work that you have done, that you have submitted into these workshops, 10 series workshops, right? All your work, try to look at linking things together, right? You try to link basically performance of various types of asset classes, conventional, Islamic, socially responsible, to COVID-19. You try to link how does COVID-19 affect those. You try to link financial inclusions to economic growth. You try to link certain aspect of the bank to bank performance. You try to link basically the impact of digitalizations on halal cosmetics, right? You try to link basically the intentions of cash wakaf, right, to the factors, certain factors related to the millennials, right? So all of them you try to link. You look at in that context. You try to link the intentions, and some once they try to look at in the context of wakaf literacy and how wakaf literacy affected intentions to contribute to cash wakaf and moderated by certain factors. So all of your work, right, are looking at the link between variables, and this link must be well-founded on a conceptual framework. If you use PLS and SEM, or if you use econometric analysis, for example, there must be theoretical framework. And when I say theories, and I think I have to re-emphasize back, because sometimes you try to put theories as much as possible. And when you try to put theories in, you put the theories which are less appropriate in explaining your objective. Because theory is nothing more than the explanations, the theoretical hypothesis, the view on how the outcome variable would be affected by local variables, right? How the stock market returns or market performance affected by COVID-19. What theory can be used to explain that, right? So I will take a look at of that article later on, right? And once we look at theoretical framework, conceptual framework, you have to think of various alternative views, various alternative conceptual frameworks, so that it will allow you, like, to plan for robustness checks. And that one really important too, like, because when you look at, there are many conceptual frameworks out there that you try to borrow, but you're not sure which one to be used. You choose one, right, and motivate the choice that has been made, but then acknowledge the fact that some people look at different way, but that different way, you reserve them for robustness checks, right? So those are the things that you have to look at. Right? Do you have that theoretical framework? Do you have conceptual framework, right? Because in our area, banking and finance, right, and social sciences specifically, right, in marketing and so on, we know that theory without measurements, okay, or measurement without theory, both basically are not, it's of no use to us, right? Because when you have theory, you must have testing of that theory, which means measure that theory, using that data to validate the theory, right? So theory must be followed by measurements. And once we try to measure certain things, that measurement that we use must be founded on the theories. We cannot just take two variables and try to link together, right? The two together, right? They try to link them, okay? So that one really important parts, right? Because there are study that has been done, quite interesting, but I do not want to mention the title of this study. Try to put two things together, but very difficult to link them theoretically. They have no foundations from a theoretical point of view on how they are linked, right? So you cannot measure without theory. So both must be in there in your articles, right? And normally the theoretical and conceptual framework, you briefly mention in your introductions, right? And then you review the theoretical framework in literature review. And sometimes when it comes to conceptual framework or theoretical, or how you take from theories to model, you put in the method sections. But these are type of things that we look at, whether you have the right framework to look at your analysis or not, right? So that's the second part that you have to look at, right? And I mentioned this thing just for you to go back and try to read your articles, right? And try to ask your article back, right? And normally it's good thing is that put aside your article for 10 days and then bring this checklist and read back and try to check whether you have all this or not after you have forgetting about your articles. Why 10 days? Because you like to forget about your article and then reread and then have a fresh look at your article, right? Sometimes I did that a lot because normally when I did that, I will find mistake in my articles, especially in terms of writing, right? Silly mistakes, right? And that's why the article have to go to refinement because we do not want to have silly mistake. Sometimes when we read our article, we feel so motivated, basically. And sometimes our mind blocked in terms of seeing what mistake that we have made. Why? Because we are so happy with the article that have been written. So we read in terms of we have an article there. So put aside first and coming back and read them so that you can have a good checklist of what you have. Now, when it comes to your research methods, for example, these are type of things. Whether the methods adopted, right, able to address the research objective or answer the research questions or not. That's the first thing that we are going to look at. So which means that you have to explain, right, how your method address your research objective. Again, as I said, the heart of your work, research objective, right? And then whether the method that you use suitable for the data that you use or not, right? It must be suitable for data, right? And then your method you use, because you have model specifications, you have certain models. Right? Some of you have model and so on. Structure equation modeling, you have model, but I do not know the assumption that you have made. But econometric, we have the models, but we have all the type of assumptions, right? When we specify the models, whether the method you use address not only objective, but also address statistical issues in model specifications, like endogeneity, for example, autocorrelations, dynamic behavior. Are they addressing all those things? So these are types that need to be asked, right? And all of these are related to your objective. And then the keywords, right? The keyword in all people writing, robustness, right? You must demonstrate rigor and cater authoritative assumptions of the model, right? People may not agree with the assumption that you make when you specify the models. You have to think where disagreement is so that you can incorporate that disagreement and become part of your robustness checks. Right? And that one really important part. You must have rigor in terms of your work, which means that you must demonstrate robustness. Right? And in different, and when it comes to this, again, as I mentioned before, right, go to the standard practices. Right? You look at, right, when people use, let's say, when people use SEM, you have to look at standard practices, right? How they go about in terms of applying SEM. Do they have robustness checks? And so on, for example. So that's standard practices. Different field, they have different standard practices. Right? Different field, they have different standard practices. You have to check your own field. But if you ask my field that apply econometrics, we do a lot of robustness check. We have to look at always aspect of assumptions, right? Even if there exist arguments out there regarding measurements of the key variable, we try to address that, right? because there are many different ways of measurements, right, of the key variable. If you look at, for example, let's say, very simple way, Sulaiman tried to look into financial inclusions. And you look at the measurement of financial inclusion out there, there are raw measurements using ATM branches, using bank branches, which is raw in terms of numbers. Some of them construct the index using min-max methods, and that's SIRMA method. And some of them using principal components analysis to construct the index. Now, those are many different ways. Right? Do you have to do all those? The answer is no. But then it's good to do both of them for robustness checks. Why? Because you demonstrate rigor. You can start with one way of measurements, and then you do different way of measurement when it comes to robustness checks. So these are various types of things that you have to think, right, in terms of the research method that you put in, right, for your work, right? And then when you look at this, finally, the writing part, right, very important, right, very important. And this is the one that we try to emphasize through our workshops, right? But then when it comes to writing, very difficult to get skill writing from the workshop. You have to do it, right? The workshop can give you only what are needed in each section and how you write, because as I mentioned, even Americans, they revise a lot more than 10 times. We are not native English speakers. We should revise more time than them. And as long as we have the right information in every section that we put in each piece, and when we put all pieces together, people can see, because we have the right information, then editing, for example, we can get helps. Because normally, I have basically my professor, for example, who was in my supervisory committee. He is Nobel Prize winner in 1993. His name, he is the late Douglas North, right? I think some of you that work in the area of institution, for example, institutions economics, Douglas North received Nobel Prize in 1993. He was in my supervisory committee. Even him, he have his own special assistant that rewrite back what he have written, right? And he's American. You look at when it comes to writing. Why? To sharpen the writing. And sometimes we need that help in terms of editing. But then, even if editing, we can get help, the contents that you put in your articles are your responsibility, which means that you have to have enough, right? You have to have enough information for the article to be edited, right? Or to be copy edited, right? If a lot of things that need to be done, rewriting the whole thing, the information must be enough. Because I have been requested basically to revise or to help in terms of revisions of the article, right? And sometimes I have to say, my apology, I cannot rewrite the articles. Why? Because information is not enough. When I look at literature review, I don't have enough information what this person say, and the word has been used is so confusing. And if I have to review, I myself have to go back and read the articles, and there are more than 20 articles that has been reviewed, but I don't think that I have time to review all those 20 articles and rewrite the whole thing back, right? So that's why when it comes to literature review, again, there are certain information that you must put in there along the line that we have discussed before on how to write literature review and so on. So the most important part is basically, of course, the contents. But then when it comes to sending the journal, referees will basically rely on these 4 key things, right, when it comes to literature review. The clarity of your writing. Whether you say what you want to say or not. Because sometimes we want to say one thing, we want to convey one information, but we use different words that mean different meaning, right? Different meaning, right? So that's why, because the way we put phrases together is wrong phrases or wrong choice of words, right? Wrong choice of words. But then clarity is very important because the writing must be clear as to what the authors intend to convey. And sometimes the structure of sentences, the choice of words, and sometimes grammatical errors, right, can basically cloud your clarity, right? Can make readers difficult to understand what you try to say, right? Based on the work that you have done, right? And as I said, writing, academic writing is the most easy to write. It's the most easy structure, but difficult to write. Easy structure in the sense that we do not have the type of writing that people write in English literature, right? We just read simple writing, a starting point, right? You have subject, you have verbs, right? And then you add it. Very simple, right? But then you have to learn on how to tie them together to have the second part, the flow of your writing, right? You must have the flow, which means people know exactly the storyline that you want to put, right? And sometimes we are not good storyteller, right? But writing is the same thing as storytelling, right? You have to want to have storyline from one point to the next point without any digression. And sometimes, right? And sometimes we digress, we put irrelevant informations, right? Irrelevant informations in there. We have digressions, right? And for example, article that look at halals and look at the halal cosmetic, rather than emphasizing the issues that you are looking at in the first paragraph, you're defining what it means by halal, what it means by not halal. Like for example, now issues not there yet, but then you provide definitions of halal and not halal. Now, remember when you write for academic journal, you write for the people in your field to understand. You're not writing for the textbook, right? The difference. And you have to understand your audience, which means that average readers should be able to understand what we mean by halal or non-halal, because that halalness has been a standard word that has been used with the emergence of Islamic banking and finance, Islamic economy. People know what it means by halal, but you still put that in and digress your whole flow together and disrupt your whole flow together. So this is the type of thing. When I said irrelevant information means something that can basically pull people away from the flow of your story. Unless, of course, there exists technical term that you need to define them. Right? You need to define, for example. Right? But then it should not be too much that digress the readers from the main theme of your work. Again, as I mentioned, all paragraphs that you have written must have the purpose, and that purpose to make it clear the objective. Either motivating your objective or contribution to the objective or explaining the objective or highlighting how you are going to address your objective. So everything go back to the objective as the heart of your articles. Right? So the paper must demonstrate that flow from one paragraph to the next. Right? And that's why sometimes when I'm writing, I'm not sure the way that you write. I do not write introductions in one day. I won't write introduction in one day. I just write one paragraph and two paragraphs first. And then the next day, I'm thinking, how should I go and tell the story for the next paragraph? What should come up next? Right? So that I have a good flow. Right? So you look at the way that normally I write, for example, the way I trained before. I write the first paragraph, I stop, next day, I read back the first paragraph and thinking on how to write the second paragraph to lead to the objective. Right? So I revise the first. So the first paragraph will be revised once. And I add in the second. And then the next day I come with the third paragraph in the introduction. I will look back in the first paragraph and try to see whether I can have more revision to make it clear. And then I revise the second paragraph and I add in the third paragraph and see the flow. Right? Whether that will lead to my objective or not. I did a lot of this in my early articles, right? My early articles. And in fact, I still have basically my Word documents that I have only 2 or 3 paragraphs and I stop there. And then I shift to a different topic, but then I just keep that in view, right? because that's the way I write in terms of the paragraph. Try to get a good framework first of what I try to do, right? So that to preserve the flow of our articles. Of course, different people have different way. Some of the way that can work also, you put everything in. Doesn't just forget about the flow. Put the information that you think is needed in first, and then read back and restructure so that they have a good flow. So that one can be done too. So different people will have different approach in terms of keeping the flow in. But the main thing, as I mentioned before, information must be in there, right? And then the paper must focus, right? They must focus, must be centered on the paper's objective, right? On the paper's objective. You must always ask yourself, is this relevant to my objective? To make my objective clear, right? Is this relevant? So these are how that you have to ask yourself, should I put this one in? How this one in would enhance the understanding of my story that I try to convey from the beginning of the end. Or this will unnecessarily add different information, may basically digress the readers away from my objective. So all these things that you have to ask, right? evaluate your writing, right? Because your writing must be focused. And these are the things that I would like to emphasize a lot, because we are not English native speakers. We tend to make this mistake. And I also look at the mistake that you have made in your article. When I read 2 or 3 pages, suddenly I see Bahasa Indonesia in there. Right? And I read 2 or 3 pages, Bahasa Indonesia in there again. Right? So basically, you have not converted everything. You are not careful enough to make your writing neat, right? So that there are not many errors, not many inconsistencies. Because if you have too many errors, too many inconsistencies, reliability of your work will be in doubt. People will not basically trust whether you can take care of bigger things. Bigger thing in your work, which is your objective. Why? Because even small thing you cannot take care. You have many errors, you have many inconsistencies, and that's why I put in here, you need to edit and then edit and edit on your own, right? And sometimes editing they can be on your own, your friends, right? Or professional editors. So those are basically what you need to do. And in terms of clarity, for example, if you have a good friends, and in fact, when it comes to the academic work, networking is very important, and you have to form your own network, have a good friends, and so on, that can provide you constructive comments. It doesn't matter if your friend is not in your area, just ask him or her to read. If the person who is not in your area read your article and is able to understand your article, okay, is able to understand your article, it means that your article is clear. Okay? Because sometimes I give to my wife and ask, do you understand my introductions or not? So she will say, okay, I understand what you try to do. And now I feel happy, right? Because my writing is clear enough, even to someone who is not in economics. They know, they do not know exactly the content of topic of what I've discussed, but from the writing, they know what I try to do, right? Basically. So these are things that you have to do in terms of improving clarity. And as I mentioned many times here, all these things you may see so much need to be done. So there's a lot need to be done. And easily we can get frustrated, easily we can give up and so on. But then believe me, I've gone through this, and this only at the beginning. If, for example, you already decide your career path to be in the research field, either in the universities or in public institutions, or even become chief economist in private firms and so on, but your focus is basically to do research, for example, right? Invest your time on this will give you a good return, a good ROI. Tough at the beginning, but if you proceed, now you know, right? If you look at why people that have reports so nicely look so well written that we read also, we are captivated by what have been put in there, right? It's not something that come out from a new person that start writing. These are from the person that has been there for many years doing this thing, right? But of course, the first time they do, difficult, but they learn along the way. And the same thing with you. We put all these things and we try to learn along the way, right? So let me stop here first, right? Stop here first to get your feedback, right? To get your feedback, your questions, right? Before I go to the example of the draft that I would like to discuss and provide feedback to the groups. In the slide, I put only one, but then I have read also others. I also put some other articles. So the thing that I try to do here, to go back to your articles and try to see where is the objective stated in your introductions, and then try to think together, right? Okay, this is objective, right? And what motivates you to do this objective? And motivation must be problem statements. Right? What are issues out there? Right? That I would like to ask we have to ask ourselves when it comes to those. And then we go one step by step. So each part, basically, I will show you on how I do it in the context of giving feedback for one full articles, and then we go together for other articles, right? So this type of thing, basically there's something that we have to train ourselves. And in fact, it's good to know this thing. Why? Because when you read other articles, you can put this yardstick in, you can put this checklist in. You can look at what is the objective, and then you can ask, okay, he tried to do this, but what motivates him to do this? What are the problems? What are the issues that motivate him to do this? So you read back few, basically the paragraph before the objective and try to see whether there exists enough motivations or not, right? So those are things that I will try to look at in the second half. But now let me stop here first and try to get feedback. So these are general overview first from the first one, summing up of what we have learned so far. Just give you a big overview of what we have done. And now I'm going to evaluate and provide feedback on the draft. Okay? So let me stop here first, and then to get your basically to get your feedback and your queries if you have anything related to what I have done so far. Because the next thing, as I mentioned, I will go to the draft discussions. Anything? No. What do you think? Yeah. What do you think after nine series? What we have done so far? I have not basically received feedback in terms of your learning and so on so far. So I'm not sure that. So I'm afraid I'm giving and maybe too much, or how about the clarity of our workshop and so on. I would be happy if you can give feedback, or you can ask, because when you ask, it means that you understand what I said, but then you want to ask further, right? But then if you don't have anything to ask, really difficult for me to make conclusions, because if you don't ask anything, there are only two possibilities. You understand everything, or you understand nothing. So if you don't ask, right? So it can be those two, right?
Yeah. Okay. Any selected panelists, selected paper, selected participant can give feedback. Maybe one or two selected participant can raise hand, or I will choose. Miss Rahmawati.
Pak Denny.
Ya.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yes.
Actually, based on I follow this workshop, I get many benefit from this workshop actually, because when I submit one of my paper to the ESIF paper that's I become a best paper, I follow the way how to, I get idea from how to strengthening our paper in terms of introduction, contribution, and gap, Prof. Because of that, I think, but sometimes in my experience, we cannot focus in the writing, Prof. How to, actually, the problem is from us, I think, for instance, from me, how to manage myself to focus in writing. Because when I focus, I could focus, but when I did anything in management, because I'm a lecturer, I'm lose sometimes.
Yeah, I know.
So because of that, I'm lose sometimes how to focus again. Because we teaching, we are managing the work in the university, and then we writing. So sometimes I feel that how to manage everything in the consistency, our consistency and persistency is in a good way, Prof. That happened with me actually. Okay. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, I think Ramawati, your article in ISIF, what is the title of your articles?
The importance of Islamic social capital, Prof.
Okay. The importance of Islamic social capitals.
To disclose in annual report of BMT.
Okay. Now, see, what you have mentioned is well understood because of our basically commitment to the job that we have, right? The job that we have, and we I think Malaysia and Indonesia, especially the so-called teaching institutions, we have these problems. We have these problems in terms of not having times to focus on research and writing. Now, if you do not mind, can I ask you how many courses that you have to teach per semester?
I have 4 courses.
Yeah.
4 courses.
Okay, you have 4 courses. That basically perfect example of someone of someone who basically will not have a lot of time to teach. And why I say this? Now, I just try to share with you my own experience. Right? When I was at IIUM, the same as you, I will be teaching 3 to 4 courses per semester. Right? 3 to 4 courses per semester. And what make more difficult in IUM, basically because I graduated from United States, where we have a lot of coursework, right? My courses that I have to teach sometimes shift from semester to semester, right? And this semester I teach this, next semester I teach different course, next semester I teach different course. So I taught a lot of courses, including international trade, financial economics, money and banking, sometimes statistics, sometimes mathematics, because I teach mathematics too, the statistics, mathematics, econometrics, and sometimes to teach research methods. So a lot of courses I have to teach, but 3 or 4 courses sometimes shift every semester, right? Then I moved to UPM, right? UPM. Now the difference between IUM and UPM, basically IUM is a teaching institutions, right? And UPM is a research institutions. Right? In UPM, I have to teach only 2 courses, right, per semester, less, right? So I don't have to teach, so I have more time in terms of writing and so on, right? And then I moved to my current institutions, right? Where in my current institutions, right, I teach 3 courses, right? But not per semester, per year. These are per SAMs. These are per SAMs, right? And if we look at my research, basically, where I have been able to publish in good journal when I joined INSAF. So there are connections between the time that you have for research, right? The time that you have for research with the quality of your research, but then the quality coming up maybe because of, I also have been published before, right? But then I also managed to publish starting from the first year, and when I have to teach 3 or 4 courses per semester, then 3 to 4 courses per semester, I managed to publish on average 3 to 4 articles per year from the beginning of my career up until now, right? But then of course, quality shift, become more and more of Scopus journal, Q1 and Q2 journal as I move along, right? That because coming up with the experience, the same thing, right? When I start before, I just publish in Malaysian journals, Indian journals, right? Subcontinent journal, just to train myself on how to write. So because I'm start the same as you, right? Basically, every time I sent to international journal, got rejected. And in fact, I got, before I get my first publications, I still remember I always gifting, I got 8 rejections, right? Before I get my first, and my first publication is Malaysian journal because I'm so tired of getting rejections. I just said, let me get motivation from Malaysian journal first. Let's see my article get published first, right? So these are training that you have to go through, right? Tough. Now, how not to break your research because you say that you are busy and so on, right? Now, you look at like my research before in monetary economics, right? In money economics, I look a lot in terms, I evaluate a lot of my topic. We look at early years, I run analysis on money demand functions, money inflations, money output, and so on. I do a lot of this type of work before I go to Islamic banking and so on, right? And the same thing, I have 4 courses and so on, right? But one thing that you should not stop in the context of research, if, for example, you start your research on one topic, right? And you start writing, right? And try to put introduction in. You have not collected data yet because everything go by step, right? Let's say, but then you start to get writing, right? And you write certain things so that you can get some idea what you try to do and so on with what we have discussed so far. And of course, the next thing you have to read literature and so on, right? When it comes to research, for example, doesn't mean that you have to go every day and try to write and come up with a paper, try to do research. You have to also read, right? So I do not think that you will have difficult time to spend, let's say, half an hour just to scan through the journal in the topic that you are doing right now, so that you don't have a break in terms of your focus on that topic, right?
Okay.
Which means that you read the journal. I read a lot of journal when I was in IUM, where basically every year, every day I will read one journal article in that area. Okay, data doesn't come yet, right? Sometimes data, remember before we didn't have data online. We have to go and copy IFS financial statistics handbook and copy them, transfer them into Excel. We don't have something that can be downloaded online. So sometimes data is difficult to combine. And I may have 10 days that I will not be able to do anything. What I do in 10 days, just scan through the article, at least the abstract, just try to see what we have done. So that our remembrance or our minds fresh in terms of topic that we try to do, right? When we are busy, because sometimes when it comes to exam time, that's the worst time that we have to stop everything else except focusing on the exam and marking the exam, right? Dealing in, day out, and that will stop. But then it doesn't stop us to read 1 or 2 paragraphs from the article, right? So in that way, it keeps our momentum going, right? Our momentum going without stop. Because the thing is, as you said correctly, Rahmawati, when you stop for 10 days or you stop for 1 month, when you want to come back to the same topic, you have to start from the beginning. Right?
Okay.
Why? Because you have forgot everything. You are not sure what you are doing there. Right? You have forgot everything. Right? So basically, these are the habit that you have to build up in terms of investment. Try to read. If you do on, let's say, some you do on financial inclusions, okay. While I'm trying to put data together and so on, or your research assistant try to put data together, it may take 15 days and 16 days, right? Of course, put aside your writing first, what you have written so far first, just read on financial inclusions. Few articles, for example, just read them, right? And read them, and that one, literature review can be done anytime, right? In your area. Just spend half an hour, read literature, read the abstracts enough, and see whether you are interested in the article or not. So these are ways that you basically train yourself to continuously, continuously be mindful of your topic. Basically, be aware all the time. You remember your topic that you try to do, so that you do not forget of what you are doing. And sometimes if I don't have anything to do, for example, I just write basically. I don't have time to do research, but I have written my introductions, only 3 lines. And sometimes I read it back. I just read back those 3 lines, right? And then the next day I do the same thing. I read back those 3 lines. If I find mistake, I just change. But then I don't do more than that. Why? Because I want to keep reminding myself of my research topic so that I do not forget. Because once you stop, and this is the problem with sometimes PhD students. Once they stop, they have to come back to the beginning, right? So that discipline must be in there. And I don't think that this type of discipline is tough. Why? Because you don't need the whole day, every day to do research. You just need half an hour just for you to, okay, I don't have time to do anything else. Let me read my introduction back, whether interested, it seems interesting or not, right? Sometimes you find mistake. Oh, I forgot to put S there. You find mistake. But then at the same time, when you read, you'll be basically basically in your mind, your research is still fresh in there. Why? Because you keep on reading. And when you don't do anything new, you don't have any progress. But then the progress will take place later on, right? Once you have time, you continue. But then you do not want to forget what you have done. So these are type of things that I think I would suggest to you, right? We start the same. As I mentioned before, when I start my writing, only Malaysian journals, right? Now it's no problem if you want to start writing and publish Indonesian journal. But then in the process, do not just publish without training ourselves in terms of writing. Because you do not want to start publishing in only Indonesian journal. You want to make yourself basically also known to the international journals, for example. And so those are type of things that you have to look at, right? And once you go to international journals, from time to time, you come back and contribute to Indonesian journal, because very important for us too to contribute to our journals. Because sometimes people that have been well published, for example, they do not want to publish in non-Scopus journal, non-Scopus Malaysian journal, non-Scopus Indonesian journal. But if we have been well published, if we do not contribute, then who are going to improve the quality of our own journals? And at the end, our journal will take a back seat as compared to other people's journal. So that's why I always believe that we also need to contribute to our own journals, right? Our own journals. So that part of thing. Right? But these are discipline that you have to put in place, right, for you, right? But I believe you. I agree with you. Having 3-4 courses per SAMS is huge, right? A lot. The same thing as UITM Malaysia try to do, but their staff teach a lot. I told them, you cannot do this thing. Why? Because when you teach 4 courses per class, forget about publications. Just be teaching institutions. Because publication require time, right? And the time that you see, the strange thing about research is that if you force people to do research will not come up. But when you give free time and let them have informal time of their own to think about research, then the new idea coming up. Because idea come from informality, which means that informal interactions. You talk a lot. When I was in UPM, I learned a lot in terms of research because we talk on a daily basis on the publications, during lunchtime, very informal. We don't go to the workshop, but very informal. We have something, we go and ask friends, look, I get this from feedback. What should I do? Over the lunchtime, very informal. And I learn a lot from UPM, from the colleague in UPM, because they are research oriented. Right? So these are type of things that's needed. When you give time to them, because sometimes people view academic wrongly. When academic at the cafe, when academic at the canteen, people think the academic do not do the work, but normally at that cafe, coffee shop, and so on, that where the idea exchange. But of course, you yourself have to be academic first, in the true sense, which means someone who are basically walking, sleeping, eating, but with the academic idea in the mind. Keep on thinking on the research topic, keep on basically asking yourself why this thing happened, what explained this, why this, right? You keep on asking yourself, and then you communicate with your own colleagues and so on, informally. And that time is needed, that time is needed. And that's why some of you who have graduated from international universities overseas, you see that environment in terms of research. You have plenty of places, plenty of occasions to communicate and so on, right? Of your ideas. So that's why sometimes you maybe wonder why you can complete PhD, but when you come back to Indonesia, you cannot write even one research paper, right? Not because you are not able, but because of this, right? You don't have time, right? You don't have the time. The time means not required time, but time for you to have free. You are free, that your mind free from teaching. Your mind can think something else. And that one really important, right? And that's why when I am at INSEF, for example, you look at in one semester, I would teach one semester 2 courses. Right? Another semester, I would teach only 1 course. Right? And when I teach 1 course, I have a lot of time, right? To supervise and to read, to do my own works according to my own pace and so on. Right? So these are type of things. These are institutionals, right? Institutionals, but basically institutionals in a sense that depends on your university's policies, right? If you can change this, for example, research institutions, right? For me, I always make arguments. If you want your staff to publish in good journal, you have to give them environments the same way as other universities overseas give to their staff, right? You cannot force your staff to teach a lot, but then at the same time, you want your staff to be at par with other staff overseas, right? It doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't work in that way, and basically, right? It doesn't work in that way. So that's why we look at in Malaysian itself, when it comes to good publication, it will come from what we term as research universities, UPM, UKM, right? And UTM. Research universities normally give better quality research, right? When we look at, many of us may come from IUM, but when you look at IUM, normally IUM, because of the courses, they don't have much time to focus. They will publish more of the lower tier journals, right? Lower tier journal as compared. But now, with the young one coming back in IUM, have seen good journal coming up, right? But then, as I mentioned, required time. Of course, required training, what we have gone through here, but required time. Time is the most important assets, right? And that's why I said, don't waste your time, right? In terms of, sometimes we say ourselves busy, but then basically we also need to read, right? So I have trained myself in that sense. Right? We look at my responsibility right now is big for my institutions. For example, right? My institutions, normally in the past, the one that hold my position before did not teach, but I still teach. And I hold the position of deputy president, which is basically a vice or deputy rector or deputy vice chancellor, for example, to take care of the whole thing, of the university's program and so on. But then I still spend some time, at least at night, for example, 30 minutes, try to read, right? The article and so on. And that's why I'm able to share with you some of the articles that I've read and so on. So these are the training that you have to put in yourself, right? Because writing takes time. You will not get writing just going to the workshop. Even we have 10 days workshop, but then you will get a better and better writing once you start writing. Of course, along the way, you need someone coaching you in terms of looking at what you have written, in terms of understanding what word that need to be used and so on. So that's the only thing I can advise you. Of course, we understand this fact. We faced the same problem before, right? In terms of having to teach a lot, and Malaysian universities face the same thing, right? And then see, I do not want Indonesia to fall into the same trap as Malaysians have done before. They teach a lot, they put requirement publications, and start publishing in below average journal, even in Scopus, right? Below average journal that are basically listed as predatory journal, right? And I heard from my friends, from some professor from somewhere else, from other universities that say even in Indonesia, you have professors that you term as Scopus professors. Why? They publish 40 articles. You publish 40 articles per year. Difficult to think that, right? Those articles will be in good journal. Normally will be below average journal that you have to pay them for publishing your own work, right? You want to have only 2 or 3 articles, good journal article per year. One would be good enough. You can publish in Q1, for example, right? Because these are basically the exercise of thinking, the exercise of intellect, right? You exercise your own intellect. You do not want just to put things together and just go and send, right? And all your articles that you have written, right, in your first draft, right? If I ask you to send to the journal, for example, I can pick a journal that next day will accept your articles. But that journal will be below class, right? Below average journal. But you do not want that. You want to come up with good journal at the end so that you can go to Q1, Q2, right? And in fact, your article, I can advise you go to Scopus. I can pick the Scopus that are predatory. Scopus journal that look for money, for example, right? Easily. Okay? But we do not want that, because these are the exercise of intellect for us to understand things, because the first beneficiary of research is ourselves. We want to understand and we want to gain more knowledge before we can tell others what we have gained from our research. And that's one really important part, okay? So I get quite long there because I'm quite basically passionate about this thing in terms of having too many work, which basically for me, when I observe Malaysian context, is wrong institutional setting, wrong requirement has been put by the universities. When universities basically put requirements, staff must publish 3 articles per year. And that's already sent wrong signal, because intellect doesn't come out with force. Of course, criteria important, right? Performance is important, right? But then we have to provide basically the environments of interaction that allow that to happen. Right? Allow that to happen. Now we look at big ideas, for example, that coming out, big ideas that change the whole thing. Right? Most of them doesn't come from the classroom. Right? Most of them, when the scientists go out and try to sit and relax and try to think, and they can come up with the ideas. Right? The idea of gravity, the idea of basically the world is round, all kinds of ideas that are coming up there, right? Come more of from informal setting, and that we need a lot in terms of improving ourselves. Right? So sometimes when people ask me to talk to the universities, basically I just tell them, you have these courses that you ask staff to teach, and yet you ask them to publish in quality journal. Right? It will not happen. It will not happen. If it happened only for 1 or 2 individuals, right? In UPM, they have KPI. How many meet KPI? I don't think that it will reach 10%. Right? So when I asked my friend in UPM when I joined them, their KPI difficult to reach. To get 3 SSCI journal per year, difficult for us. It's not something easy for social sciences. So he said that you don't need to meet the KPI, but make sure that you are not at the bottoms, which means that you don't need to meet KPI, but as long as you are at the middle, that's okay enough. Why? Because it's not something easy to meet, right? In terms of that KPI that we have. Right? So put this as one of your passions, right? Not your requirements, not as of university requirement. Of course, you have to meet university requirement. That one, of course, you have to plan properly. Try to meet university requirement. But when it comes to research, what drives research have to be your passions, right? So I don't allow requirements to be motivation behind my research, right? It's up to them. They want to put how many. I just want to publish what I would like to publish, but I'm lucky enough that when I publish, it's more than what is required, and that fortunate for me. Okay.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Patient is very much, Prof. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Mansur and Ms. Rahmawati. Another one who want to give a feedback in the selected panels?
We can take a break first and then we come back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Prof. Mansur.
When we come back, we will discuss the draft, right? I will discuss the draft. And these are the draft. And I pick up the one, I think the paper by Nur Hidayah and Putri, I think this one. I will discuss this one, but then I will look at other thing too, other article to let this now look at draft discussions, because I cannot discuss all the draft given to me due to the time, because I've done this together with you before, Denny, in terms of if I try to discuss draft by draft, it become 5 hours, 6 hours, right? We have done before with the group, but I cannot go into that, but I will just give the gist of that draft so that you can use that and assess your own draft later on.
Okay. Now we take a break, 15 minutes. After that, draft discussion to draft Miss Nur Hidayah and Mr. Ruki. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We take a break, 15 minutes now until 10:30 maybe. 10:30.
Okay.
10:30 we will be back again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay.
Let's continue our discussion about draft discussion, please, Prof. Mansur. Time is yours.
Okay. Okay, I try to look at this from Putri. I think I have renamed myself with paper number and name, but it's yet moved as panelist.
Oh,
okay.
Have been done.
Yeah. Okay. The one inside. Okay, I will look at the draft that have been submitted and try to share with you because to give feedback on each draft, for example, will take a lot of times, and that one basically will be separate discussion between us. I think normally what I would do, right, for those who have not complete the draft yet, right, I think when you complete the draft, you submit to me, right, and then I will try to arrange basically our meeting as part of continuations of our meeting, one-to-one with you or one to the authors, how many authors that you have, based on the time that are available for us, so that we can go to your draft separately. So become very personalized, basically discussions for me to give you feedback of what I believe in terms of what need to be done. Or maybe a different way would be, I will review your article and provide feedback as any referees will provide feedback so that you can take a look at the feedback and can revise back. And then if you need any further clarification, then we can discuss online, for example. And that moving forward, you don't have to worry about not getting feedback. The idea that I would like to give you here is to just make it clear for you on how we as editors or referees approach the articles when we read the articles. And then in the process, providing suggestions or feedback to what you have written, So the draft that I choose because of the econometrics, which is basically make easier for me to focus on providing the feedbacks. These are the drafts I put red there. Is on the, hopefully the authors are okay for showing this. The topic is performance of conventional Islamic and socially responsible investing in pandemic crisis, right? So now, and because the article is not so long, so basically I can do quickly. I can read quickly, and we can go quickly part by part and try to see this. Now, as I mentioned, the first thing we try to look at is basically the article try to do here. If you look at the red one, the article aims to unfold the performance of Islamic's socially responsible investments and conventional indices at the Indonesian stock market, right? During the time of pandemic. So it's basically what they try to do here. I will highlight these words: performance of those three market index, right? One Islamic, one socially responsible investments, another one conventional stock market index. You would like to look at performance. Now, it's okay to state this objective first, but then there must be explanations given when you say performance, right? Because performance is general words, but what exactly performance, right? Performance, what exactly? So the article mentions in terms of performance is in the research question that has been raised at the end. Try to look at volatility, how volatile, right? Is the Indonesian's Islamic SRI and conventional market indices during the time of pandemic. So you look at volatility, okay? And then you also look at efficiency, right? Efficiency. So this is the second one. So basically from this paragraph, I understand that you try to look at these three indices and try to evaluate them in terms of volatility, efficiency, but you have also one more thing, dynamic correlations and relationships. So I'm not sure in terms of this case, you have this dynamic and correlations and relationship exist between the COVID-19 and the three indices. Right? I'm not sure, are you looking at the correlation between COVID-19 or the three indices? So we try to look, or you are looking at dynamic correlations between the index, the indices itself, not between COVID-19 and indices, right? So these are, you have to look at later on whether which one that you try to look at. Now, I have your objective roughly. I understand the objective that have been put in, even if I have some query later on regarding what needs to be done here. In this context, I will ask myself first, right? In this case, right, why you would like to look at this, right? Why you want to look at this, right? Now, when I try to look at why you want to look at this, I found something that you have mentioned here, right? There are not much empirical literature on the performance of these three assets for the case of Indonesia. So it's basically because there's not much you want to add into the literature, right? So this would be perhaps your contributions, right? So basically what you try to look at, your motivation that you try, and in fact, I try to see the motivations that the statements of motivations, right? Why you do this. I go back and read basically the first paragraph, and this is normally what we do. We read the first paragraph, and you see a pandemic which erupted in early 2020 has stimulated more discussions on whether impact investing strategy really starts difference. In terms of market rule, it's assumed that stock market is always the fair game. Stock prices are a result of investors' informed decisions on firm public disclosure. Thus, as ecological crisis, this crisis unveiled whether such assumptions, which assumptions, assumption of the fair game, is still a basis of the expected return. Right? Now, you look here, expected return, right, that you try to build up in the context of your work, right? But later on, when you look at this thing, your objective, you look at volatility. So now I kind of raise a flag here. Which one that you try to look at, because your first paragraph, you try to hint expected returns, right? Expected return. And in fact, when you go to the views later on, you focus more on expected returns. But now but when it comes to objective, you try to compare the volatility or risk, right? Or risk. So basically, that's why the clarity of the objective really was important. And you said, furthermore, sustainability issues surrounding business pinpoint impact as the alternative. Okay. The ideal is that impact stocks would be still better off by following the fair game, despite all the odds of health crisis, because it's practice good governance and fully public disclosure. So here you try to explain, right? Here you try to put different things here. This more or less kind of explanation that you try to give why you think that impact investing will still be better in the time of crisis. Why? Because of impact investing have practices of good governance and fully public disclosure. I'm not sure for other stocks whether these are the characteristics of impact investing or not, or of all listed firms in general, right? And then the question that you put here, again, on efficiency. Now you mentioned efficiency, you mentioned return, you mentioned efficiency, right? And then you move into, from a conceptual point of view, Islamic investment should also adhere to principle of SRI, right? SRI, socially responsible investments. But you have to remember the fact that in literature, right, despite there are overlapping, there are commonality between SRI and Islamic investments, there are differences between them, right? Not all Islamic stocks are socially responsible. Right? It looks strange, right, when I say that, but it's true. And not all socially responsible stocks are Islamics. And that's quite obvious because sometimes the firms that are engaged in activities that are not, right, that are not basically permitted by Islam or prohibited by Islam, they can be still socially responsible, right? Socially responsible. There are certain stocks that are still socially responsible. I give you a very simple example, conventional banks, right? Conventional banks are not Sharia compliant, but then they can be socially responsible, right? The same thing, insurance firms, for example, they are not Sharia compliant, or even the firm that engage in hospitality sector, like hotel, where the income coming a lot from alcohol and so on, they can still be socially responsible, but they are not Sharia compliant. And Sharia compliance may not be socially responsible. Just take the example of the Top Glove, Malaysian firm, Top Glove, if you know of, the glove makers, where they are Sharia compliant, or the oil and gas industry, they are Sharia compliant, but then they damage the environment, right? So at the present screening criteria, so they of course should adhere to principle of SRI, but you have to remember they are not the same, right? They are overlapping between those two, but they are not the same. And you say that Islamic and SRI stock emerged to be in the center of ethical and impact investments. It's evident by the promising growth of SRI and emphasize the importance for impact investors. In short, Islamic stocks are described as subset of SRI. No, it's not subset, it's kind of community, because there are intersection between them, but it's not subsets with additional religious screening, right? Why SRI cover all forms with criteria of this study and so on? Cross show that unless, and then you put here, Studies dominantly discuss the issue of reduced optimum risk return profile as well as lower profit of ethical assets. Right? So you put here all firm criteria, and then you put some study here, right? Some study here, and show that some stocks are less prone to systematic risk, and then you try to highlight there's two mixed conclusions, right? Now, if you look at the way the motivation has been built up, right? In terms of the information that has been given here, you have information, even I do not think it's enough yet to build up the case and so on, but you have the motivations, but the motivations have not been put in a good flow that lead to the objective, right? That lead to the objective. So that what I see in the introductions, right? In the introductions doesn't lead to the objective. Now, if I shift back to what I have written here, based on what you have done, and all of other articles, that have been in terms of first draft, right? I would like you to ask very important question first before you start writing, okay? Or you have written, it's okay, but before we go back and try to revise what we have here, right? These are the articles that you have where you want to focus on volatility and efficiency and dynamic correlations. So that the article. Now, look at this, right? What is the general theme of the paper now? Right? What is the general theme of the paper? Right? Are you evaluating are you comparing the performance of these three stocks, okay, where this comparison is made for the period of the pandemic, right? So which means that the general theme is basically is under the theme that the literature is discussing whether imposing additional criteria to limit the investment space, right? The investment universe by imposing Islamic or Sharia compliant criteria, or by imposing social responsible criteria, right? So basically, by doing those, you limit, right? You limit basically the set of or the allowable investments that can be made, right? Whether that one will basically impose a premium in terms of the cost, which means you get lower return, right? You are not able to reduce the risk, or will that be beneficial, right? So are your work fall under this theme? And that's why I said from the beginning, you have to evaluate your work in the context of the broader discussions out there in the journals, Now, forget about the pandemic first, because pandemic is just the periods there where we can add in later on. Are you comparing between these three stocks, right, with respect to their performance on the back of the debates that have two different views, right? That have two different views, where according to Friedman views, by imposing additional criteria, by imposing additional restrictions, the market performance will be affected negatively. And that Friedman view, right? The other views means that by doing something good, complying to the Sharia, where is also viewed as socially responsible, by doing something good, investing in the firm that are socially responsible, or if you put in a firm that are socially responsible, those socially responsibles normally will be compensated by or by lower, for example, the cost of capital, and as a result, they can perform better. So which means you can do good without having to pay the cost. By doing good, you can get better. So that the other view in the literature. Right? So are you falling within this literature? And the crisis coming in, right? The crisis coming in here as the context that you evaluate this, but then your analysis in terms of analyzing the performance of these three different indices. So that's why you have to ask yourself first, what are the general theme of the articles? Right? Pandemic, crisis, those are the time period of the analysis. Right? Of course, you put here more of the impact of the pandemic, right? But then the orientation that you write later on is more of comparing these three, right? Or evaluating these three indices during the pandemic. Not so much of try to highlight pandemic, but you try to look at which of these three, I would say, is better during the time of pandemic. So it's subtle difference here, right? So you have to look at where your paper fit in. A very important part, right? Now, if, for example, right, you think that your paper fit in the literature, let me put in basically here, literature that debates on, right, debates on risk and return of investments, right? In these three different classes, which means conventional Islamic, social class. Now, what are the issues and what are the problems out there? You have to answer. What are the issues out there? What are the problems out there? And you highlight the fact that the issues and the problems out there, basically, right, the finding that people have are yet clear. Right? Yet clear, whether by investing in Islamic and socially responsible stocks, you are going to get better performance, lower risk, or higher returns. The findings are not clear yet, and that the issues there. Right? The issues here is its importance for firms, right, as we move forward due to various types of problems that we observe right now in the context of violations of human rights, in the context of global warming and sustainability. We have to promote firms to adopt more socially responsible, to behave in a more socially responsible manner. But then when they invest in that, are they going to be penalized in terms of that investing, right? So the findings are not yet clear. And then the issue, is this the issues, right? The findings tend to be specific to the country, right? To a country. Is this the issues? Now, why I say this? Because you want to look at Indonesia. Indonesia. If you can come up with, for examples, right, with the reasoning that we have the findings and the findings say this, but then it seems to be specific to the countries, this can motivate why you want to look at separately the Indonesian case, right? As part of adding to literature that people have done on many other countries, right? Do you find this pattern in literature, right? Because I don't want you to just, okay, I want to look at Indonesia, but then why Indonesia is not there? Is maybe you want to look at Indonesia, not because you are Indonesian, not because you are working in Indonesia, but because when we look out there, right, there are basically, the findings are not so clear, but it seems that from the finding, and that's why analyzing or doing literature review is very important, right? Is the findings basically country specific, which means some countries say this, some countries say that, where we should not pool all countries together. The study on this must be based on individual country. And that's why you want to look at Indonesia. And that one thing, and of course, the next thing, Indonesia is the future market that you can motivate why Indonesia is important, right? Because Indonesia will surely attract, right? It attracts investments, but then in attracting investment also, Indonesia have initiative put in place to be more socially responsible in terms of the firms that they try to, in terms of commitment into SG and so on, and that's why this thing is needed, right? So all these things I have to ask myself, right, whether you have those things, but then when I see the first two paragraphs, I just see, okay, the findings not clear, but the way they put in is not emphasized enough from the beginning, right? And you just mentioned basically the crisis, and then how the crisis affect the stock market, and then you put Islamic and you put SRI, and then which is basically it take quite a long time for you to get into the core of the problem that you try to look at, right? Are the crisis not clear, specific to the country, right? And will be, because there's no limited literature on Indonesia, basically, it will be a site supporting only, cannot be the main one, right? Cannot be the main one. Because we said, I do this because limited study, right? Will not be strong enough. People will ask, like, why Indonesia then, right? Why Indonesia then? If you can come up with, okay, because the result of that tend to hint that it may be specific to the countries and Indonesia deserves attention because of this. Not just because limited study conducted for the case of Indonesia, because that one will not be sufficient, right? So these are type of things that I would like to put in, right? Debates, are you putting this one, debate on risk and investment? If you are putting on this theme, I would say that the way that you write, right, would be different. The way you build up, right, will be different as compared to right way mentions the pandemic, right? Because the way that you put in here, the title itself, right? The pandemic only the same, right? When you put pandemic like this, some people put the impact of pandemic, they emphasize right away the impact of pandemic. So which means that they emphasize on the pandemic, but in your case, you put the performance of this. So these are basically your team, right? But then these are just the period of analysis, right? So you have to look carefully in terms of how you build up so that you can motivate your work. And what are the contributions of the papers? Right? Of course, you give contributions, only one, enrich literature. You want to enrich literature. But then the way that I've been put in, it's not yet according to the flow that need, but you have all these things, okay? And when it's, I would say it's not sufficient yet in terms of motivating your work and so on. You have mentioned this. The finding is yet clear, right? The finding is yet clear. So basically, you have to you have to raise basically the issues to motivate why you want to look at this thing, and Indonesian become a case study. Why Indonesia later on you have to discuss. So this is what I see in the introductions, which is lacking. Right? So let me stop share here and go back to this. Right? Go back to this. Right? For example, now because I put some thought last night. I put some thoughts on this article, right? On this article, and I asked myself, right? If I have this topic, because the way that you put in into this case, if you look at the way you put in the performance of conventional Islamic and socially responsible, right? Where performance is not specific yet. When it comes to the first paragraph, you talk about expected return. You talk about efficiency, but then later on the volatility coming in. So, which means that they are not centered towards specific objective that you try to have, right? Because you are not looking at expected return. You are looking at volatility, right? And how you address efficiency. So something that we need to discuss, right? So basically, if I want to basically. If, for example, if I want to start, for example, right? If I want to start, and if I want to start, for example, in this case, I will emphasize those three types of performance first, right? if you ask myself, and I will build up from that one, and later on add the crisis in, right? Add the crisis in, but then I have to read the articles that do more or less the same as mine, look at the time period that they have focused, whether any one of them have done this during the time of crisis. Doesn't have to be the health crisis, maybe global financial crisis, for example. So I will look in that way and try to understand what we know so far before I add in the pandemic, because pandemic provide another opportunity for us to look at, right? For us to look at, right? The performance of these three indices. So that the first thing that I would do, right? So that's why when I start writing, for example, I will not write the whole thing as mentioned. I just write introductions. And in my first paragraph, I would say, for example, in my first paragraph, maybe I would say this, right? The increasing, right, awareness, right, of ESG, right? ESG, the increasing awareness, the awareness of ESG, the increasing awareness of ESG, of responsible investments, right? Or you can say responsible investments, and availability, and developments of criteria for, right, Islamics or criteria for Sharia compliance, and development of Sharia compliance, right, compliance, and social responsibility, right? Or the increasing awareness of responsible, or ESG, or you can put ESG, for example, the increasing awareness of sustainability or sustainable development goals, right? And development of criteria. You can put sustainable development goals or ESG. I would say, let me just put ESG, the increasing awareness of environmental, social, and governance, okay, aspects. Infirm awareness and developments of criteria for Sharia compliance and socially responsible or social responsibility. I would here Sharia compliance. You look, it's not something easy to write ever in the first sentence, right? But it just in here, social responsible stocks, right, have stimulated much discussions, right? Much discussions on whether, right, on whether the increasing awareness and development of criteria compliance stock, whether these stocks outperforms, right, conventional stocks, right? Right? That is stocks with no other stock with no restriction imposed, right? No restrictions or criteria imposed, right? We'll look at this first, right? I will look at this first, right? And then I will build up the view, right? And in fact, basically, if I have statistics, mass discussions, right? Or I can put statistics of this stock, statistic of Sharia equities, Sharia stocks, statistics of social responsible investments. If you have them, you can put them to emphasize basically how fast the interest that people have in this stock. But if you don't have, I will put here the debates. What are the debates here? Right? The debate is the views. Right? The view. Right? Debates in the view. Right? There are two views. Right? One say outperform, one say underperform. You have to explain in this. And then we can summarize from the empirical literature. Right? And these are your literature that you have read. What you understand from literature. From what I understand before, right? Majority or most studies, right? Most studies that focus on relative performance, right? Most of them say that, right? Best or at least, right? At least there is no cost involved. Right? Cost involved in Islamic and socially responsible investments. No cost. No cost means that your return will not be compromised. At least there's no cost involved. In fact, some have mentioned they may perform better. And this is a majority of study. You don't have to review yet one by one, right? One by one. But then, and these studies are in general. And then you have to emphasize the fact that, right? However, right? And now, something not serious. Whether they will perform better, right? Will perform better during crunch time, for example, crunch time, or during crunch or crisis time remain uncertain. Right? Uncertain. And then you have to cover both, right? Because when I look at your literature review, you only cover Islamic investment. But you do not cover socially responsible investments, where some studies have also been done. So in this case, in general, people that have done on this thing find that at least there's no cost involved in Islamic and socially responsible. But then when you look further into literature during the crisis time, right, the findings are less uniform, are less obvious. Right? It's less during the center time, it's less obvious. For example, whether they will perform is less obvious, right? Which means we are not so sure. That's why you have there, down there in the bear market, for example, Islamic stock perform worse than conventional stock, but others see it better. So these are basically try to throw in the debate controversies to basically to basically motivate your work, right? And then if you can emphasize, and that's why you have to see the pattern that you observe in your literature review, and to put it in such a way that it can motivate your work to look at, right? Most studies find supportive evidence, right, for Islamics. Right? I put Islamic finance investments and socially responsible investments. Right? At least, for example, right? At least the majority of view, the majority of findings say there is no cost involved in Islamic. However, whether they will perform better during crisis time is less obvious. Now, of course, what you get in crisis time, you can review a little bit. These are not review the article, just mention general findings of what people found out there. If you get something during the global financial crisis, or you get something during COVID-19 that people have done and so on, whether there are differences or not in terms of those cases, right? There are differences or not in terms of those cases, right? And once you have those, for examples, in this contradicting finding is the one that motivate you to look further by bringing the case of Indonesia, and you emphasize why Indonesia, right? why Indonesia? Maybe you look at the context, for example, then you can state your objective, right? And then you can say that the pandemics, right? Let's say during time of crisis, right? For example, study that look at the performance of those in the pandemic provide another opportunity, right, for us to evaluate the performance, right, of these stocks, right, of this stock. So these are open up the pandemic, provide other points, and you can mention few studies has been done, right, which again finding is not certain, right? Finding are not uniform, right? Are not uniform. And for you to introduce your topic, due to this, you try to add into this debate, for example, by looking at this talk for the case of Indonesia. And then you explain why Indonesia, right? Why Indonesia? So I will emphasize in that way, because this is what you try to look at in this article. And then when I look at why Indonesia, and then I can mention what are my contributions. Right? So your contribution, of course, you enrich literature, right? You enrich the literature. Right? You enrich literature by adding, right, from the perspective of a large economy, right? From a large economy, for example, right? So this one that you contribute, this interest, right? This interest that you have in terms of this case, right? And of course, you have to find other contribution too, not just this one, but I do not know how to put in other contributions. I'm not sure whether the method that you use is contributions or the aspect that you look at, for example, would be a contributions and so on. So these are type of things that you need to look at, right, to add other contributions, not just basically say you try to add into literature. So if I look, I will argue the introduction in this way, right? Because my paper fall under the general debate of the performance of these three indices, the three types of investments, three classes of assets, and that it fall under two. And where the pandemic have provided me an opportunity to evaluate whether they perform, how they perform, right, comparatively during the time of the crisis. Some study has been done on global financial crisis, but the pandemic have provided the other opportunity, which might reveal different findings than the global financial crisis, because the pandemic is of different nature, right? Of different nature. So these are basically what I try to put, right? What I try to put in, as opposed to what you have done here in terms of the flow that you have, because I do not think that you have enough motivations. Right? Of course, you have this practice of good governance and so on, but you have to look at the context of the debate. What are the views out there? Because this one will become one of the reasons that will say that, okay, because of this, socially responsible investment or Islamic investments will perform better. Why? Because firms perform better, right? So these are things that you have to look at in the context of the way you put it. So you have to think on how to put everything in here, in that context. So I see that this type of flow will be a better flow as compared to basically what you have done here, because I don't see the first two paragraphs. You add a lot of things, except you just mentioned this, right? In terms of contradicting performance, which you can basically, there is still mixed conclusions, but then I'm not sure. You said study the issue of reduced optimal risk as well lower profit, thus decreasing stock for ethical assets. So I'm not sure whether these studies have found whatever evidence or not. You have to tell the evidence exactly what they come up with in a very simple way, right? So it says study less prone to systematic risk that's more rewarding than the SRI. So these are comparison between Islamic and SRI. How about Islamic and conventional? How about Islamic SRI conventional? So all these things you have not put in context yet, which means that maybe the reading is not sufficient, or when you read, you don't pick up the right information yet, because now you are having 3 different classes, right? Which one perform better, for example, remain uncertain, and you have to impress the reader on that. It's not certain, especially during time crisis. So I'm not sure, I'm not reading all these things, but during time crisis, maybe we are not sure yet, right? So and then you try to do this thing. And when you say performance, you say volatility, efficiency, and dynamic correlations. So that's the way I see it. If I want to give feedback to your article from the editor, I would suggest you to write in this way, right? Because global pandemic is, because the way you write the topic itself, you make the pandemic to be only the context, but then these are the focus. Okay? And that's why I say when these are the focus, why not build on this focus and then bring in the pandemic later on, rather than mention pandemic from the beginning. Some work they put the impact of pandemic, right? The impact pandemic. So they discuss again, the pandemic have created this and affect all these things, where studies have been done and evaluating the impact on this. We contribute to this inquiry by evaluating this, and then they expand further. And that the paper that put the pandemic in front. So you have to know which ones that you would like to focus in terms of this case when it comes to what you have here, right? And you have to explain enough. So that's what I would do in the context of the first one, right? So anyone want to ask anything regarding this?
Thank you, Prof, for your kind review. Very, very thorough, very, very detailed. It is really hard actually to basically to accept, because we have the answer for the questions, but basically what we are agree is that but what we do agree that the flow is still not impressive, as you mentioned, and for the title, do you suggest that we omit the pandemic and just mention on the performance, or highlight that this is about risk and returns, or how do you suggest us to improve the title?
Title later on, but then I would not suggest you to omit pandemic, because these are your contact. The pandemic will be there, but then because you put pandemic last, for example, where the pandemic become the period of your analysis, that one can be mentioned later on, right? And why you want to look at the period of pandemic, maybe because of the past studies that has been done during the global financial crisis, different type of crisis, not certain. And then only few studies have been done so far during the pandemic, for example. And that's why you want to look at the pandemic. I think the pandemic should be there in your title. But whether you put performance or not, and that one you come later on, you will see my feedback later on, like in terms of when it comes to methods, right? When it comes to method. But then the flow here, when I see the flow, you start with the mix. And then, because see, normally when we write, right, make sure that one paragraph try to elaborate only one theme or one point, right? One theme, one point, right? Now, let what I see, what I put here. The first one, just to introduce to the topic of performance of those 3 stocks. And then I said they have attracted, they have stimulated much discussions. And what are the discussions that has been there in the context of looking at the performance of this stock? Discussion has been surrounding whether by imposing restriction through Sharia compliant criteria, or imposing restriction through socially responsible criteria, will that make the returns or the performance of the firms worse or better? So you look at this paragraph just to discuss that. One message. They stimulate discussion. Discussion on what? Discussion whether have those. And the second paragraph had to say that, okay, I have to mention this has been put forth in general, and that what you conclude from your reading, that socially responsible investments and Islamic investments, at least you don't have to pay anything, but then at most you can get better benefits. Right? And then a lot of study has been done. Of course, you have to evaluate yourself. Let's say you read 20 articles. How many articles supporting those investments, right? How many articles not? From that, you can come up with your general statements. But then, do you find that, see, you have to find certain gap, right, in literature. Do you find that there exists enough work not that had been done that focus specifically during the crisis, not during the normal time? Because normally people look at normal time, right? Look at pre-crisis, after crisis, but rarely people look at the crisis period, right? So have people look at those things. And if people have looked at those things, what are the general pattern of finding that coming up? So this one, just to narrate the finding and try to bring up the point that our understanding, especially the performance of these three stocks, right, based on empirical studies that has been done during the crisis, and particularly referring to the global financial crisis, are not obvious as compared to the general literature out there. So which means you divide literature that look in general, looking at all periods, you look at the literature during the crisis. Why I mention the crisis? Because you want to lead to your context is crisis, which is the health crisis, and that's why you want to emphasize that. You want to build the flow that lead carefully, first performance in the view, and then the empirical evidence, and empirical evidence you try to lead to the crisis. Why? Because in the third paragraph, you want to add the pandemic as basically a new setting that provide you opportunity to look at these topics again, where right now, there are only few studies that have looked at, and from these few studies, they are not uniform, right? So the second and third here, try to put in the academic relevance into the debate, right? Because we are not certain yet from what we have done. And my contact crisis, I'm not looking at normal time. I'm looking at only crisis period. I'm not looking at performance of those three stocks before the pandemic, right? I just look at the period of pandemic, and that's your sample that you use that. So you have to motivate this, build up one by one, right? Build up one by one. And then once you have done this and so on, then you build up your objective, and then your subject analysis, which is Indonesia. And of course, because you have not emphasized Indonesia, you have to tell why you want to look at Indonesia, right? Indonesia. So these are the way that you build up your article to put more into the debate that are out there in the international articles, right? What you have built is right, because the other way you can build, for example, talk about Indonesia first. Like in many other countries, Indonesia suffered from the pandemic, right? And you can mention about Indonesia, but now you become Indonesian focused, right? Because Indonesian is not your team. Indonesian is just subject. It's just the case study that you put in. The theme of your work is the performance of these three indices. And that's why I said you have to look carefully what you would like to start your introductions and how you preserve your flow. There may be two different versions of introductions, but then you have to think which one is better, right? You start like this, my suggestion is this, so I'm not sure which one is better. It's our evaluations, right? But then at the end, it must be clear and must be leading to your objective, where you state your objective Indonesia, and you have to mention why Indonesia. You have to discuss why Indonesia, right? Maybe because Islamic finance is fast developing, and then, but yet even if, or you may say that even if Malaysians is populated by the largest number of Muslims, for example, the most Muslim, but then Islamic investment is still lag behind, for example. Why? Because of the concern that people have regarding the return or the risk by restricting the universe of investment. So those are type of things that you have to bring up, right, in terms of motivating why you focus on Indonesia. Or you can look also at peer studies, and that's why understanding literature is very important, right, so that you can motivate better your work. Right? So that's the way that I would like to put in for your literature review and for your introductions. Right?
Noted, Prof. Thank you so much. Can I have one more questions, Prof? Sure. Or okay. As for contributions, I think we have to have two types contributions. First, practical contributions. Second is the academic or the academic contributions. So while enriching the literature is more for academic contributions, can we have, we see Indonesia as at the moment, 2020 and 2021, Indonesia is having a leap in the Islamic financial sectors. So, I mean, from the position, from the all the achievement that we have, EKS and etc. And there is a fast growing support from the government for development of Islamic finance in Indonesia. And can we actually contribute to investors, and can we actually contribute to BEI, for example, the Bursa Efek Indonesia, as the regulators of the market, what they can do to enhance the efficiency, to enhance the supervisions on the three assets, on these three assets class? Prof, I'm thinking on practical contributions, basically.
Okay, now
thank you.
It's good that what you have raised there, right? What you have raised there. Now, okay, there are subtle distinctions between contributions and significance of your work. Right? Significance of your work. Right? Contributions basically, if I want to define contributions, right? I want to define contributions, right? If I put contributions, and if I want to define these contributions, would be to answer the following questions, right? The following questions: how would I do differently to understand, right? to gain understanding, of the topic, right? Or how would I do it differently to gain understanding of this topic? So this would be your contributions, right? Because that's why sometimes, why this one contributions? You look at different market, right? Largest Muslim market, right? Different market, and which is important to look at. That's why when people say it, but we look from the perspective of the largest or the fast growing economy of China. And that's why some the work that has been done in China accepted, really easily accepted. So you do something different. Why? Because you look at different market where people have been not looking at, but you cannot stop at the reason at limited study on the Indonesian market, right? You have to say that it requires attention. Why? Because of the importance of this market to our general understanding to the global market, right? You have added another dimensions into your analysis. Dimensions. So I'm not sure what dimension you have added, but these are type of things that you have to go back to contributions. So contributions means that how would you do, or how would I do differently to tackle this topic that people have done before, right? So that contribution, which means I try to look at the gap out there, right? Do I use different methods, right? These are contributions, right? Do I use different methodology, right? Do I combine various strands of studies, right? So that I can get a better understanding. Do I have moderating factors, right? So these are contributions that you can take a look at, right? So which means that contribution is not significant, but then when you have significant, right? Significance means, what is the significance in your work? Given your result, right? Which means you get your result out and you people, these are my result and so on. You must answer, right? So what? Right? So what? So which means that who gain benefit from these results? Who would benefit from this result, right? So what you have mentioned in terms of the practical contributions is not so much of practical contribution, it's more of the significance of your work. Right? By understanding these things, it will help policymakers to do this. That's significant. It's not contribution yet. Right? Who would benefit from the result that you get? Right? So you have to separate between those. Right? You have to separate between those two. Contribution means that how you do things differently from what people have done before, and the way you do things can add further to our understanding, and that contributions of your work. And sometimes these are quite common. People use and look at different market, but then they justify why this different market requires separate analysis and so on, right? So there are two things different here. Contribution is different from significance of your work, right? And practical is not practical contribution. This basically, it has significance to the practice, right? To the practice, have significance to fund managers in terms of diversification during the time of pandemic, right? For example, if you look in that context, right? And look at that context. So these are basically, I would say, the difference between contributions and significance. Right? It's enough to put contributions in where you tell them what gaps you fill in, right? The literature. So that's different from what you have mentioned in the context of significance. Okay, I hope you get what I mentioned in terms of the difference between contributions and significance.
Thank you, Prof. Yeah. Can I also add other question, Prof, regarding our paper? Yeah. Yeah. The first one about the debate in the literature review. We introduced the reader with the debate, and then when we also come to the empirical result, should we add also the reason why, or we just say in a very general and then make it detail about the reason why in the literature review? That's my first question. And then the second question, for the analysis, should we break down into the constituting form of each indices to show later the differences, why this one is this one. And then this is also our difficulty, Prof, when we look at the data, and then we couldn't find out the constituting form for each indices. And if it is possible, and then you can also give access for us to find out the constituting part for all these three indices, we would be very highly appreciated, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof.
Yeah, okay. Try to look at the one that you have asked. I will answer later on, and let's see whether I answer or not in terms of the result that you get based on your work that you have done. But then, due to the time, see, even one paper go a lot in terms of try to give feedback. But then, for all of you, more or less some ideas. Right? For example, right, when I look at this article, I also read this article, not just the article that I like, Article 43 on analysis of factors affecting interest in cash wakaf by millennial generations, for example. When I look at introductions, I cannot find the objective. Right? I don't know where is the objective in the introductions. I cannot find the objective in the introductions. So normally objective have to be clear. And then you want to look at the factors, of course, these are very general part of the factors, but when I read, these are the new people before you look at, and I go back to the framework, try to understand what you mean, or you try to look at how literacy affect perceptions, and then how perceptions affect cash wakaf. So that's what you try to look at. So now I know basically what you try to do is try to link this basically literacy, wakaf literacy to cash wakaf, right? Where the way that you try to look at how literacy can affect perceptions, various type of perceptions, in fact. And this one really good article because you, in terms of framework, because you provide the framework here, right? You provide the framework. These are the framework that you provide in terms of what you have done. I think even up there you have the framework, if I'm not mistaken. No, not the full framework, right? But then these are the framework, but you can elaborate more because literacy, you have many things. And then you have perceptions. Yeah, the perception, the X2 there, which is built up into this framework. X1, X2, where X1 have a lot of things that drive literacy, and this one related to perceptions, right? And perception here have all these, and then with this X2, then it drive intention to do wakaf and so on. So you have a framework there, but then I do not see the objective because you make the title to be more general factors, but in fact you look at literacy index. You look at wakaf literacy, right? Wakaf literacy. Okay? And then when you come to discussions, I do not see what are the problems here, right? When I look at topic, for example, even if I don't have idea regarding this topic, the thing that I will ask myself, is there any problem with millennial generations in contributing to cash wakaf? That's one thing. So that's one thing that basically I will raise here. Is there any problem, discussions that people have that millennials tend to be shy away from contributing to cash wakaf as opposed to more of older generations? Are there any discussion out there within policy circle? What are the problems in terms of that will motivate me to look at the factors that influence millennials to contribute? Is there, it's like when we look at why people default on that, we have one article on P2P default. Why people default on that? Right? Why we want to understand these things because the reasons are not so clear from the literature. There are so many different type of factors and so on that can predict credit defaults. So which means that in that context, right? In that context, you can put a general themes, right? Predictions of defaults by individual, evaluating credit worthiness of the individuals. Now you have to put more or less the same thing, contribution to charity. What affect contribution to charity from the millennial? And your case here, cash wakaf, for example, right? And factors, and what are the factors there? I do not see the problem. Another problem that I will see here, is there any literature that discuss that literacy itself may not be sufficient. There are contradicting views regarding how literacy can affect contribution to charity. So you have to look in a broader perspective in the context of your work that you have done, right? So that will motivate the problem. But if you start seeing, and one that strike me, right? You give me the city of Bekasi. I'm not sure, is this article specific to this city only? So that brings up for me, suddenly this city coming up without anything has been warned me that your study will be that this study will be related to only one specific context. When you do this, again, it becomes quite whether it will be appeal to international readers or not, and that one something that you have to think of, right? So more or less, I do exactly the same thing. I look at your introductions and look at motivations, how you build up motivations, right, in terms of this case. Now, and in this article, right, if I want to proceed further, I look at the critical review. You mentioned efficient market hypothesis, right, and anomalies. Are these the right theories to evaluate the underlying the conventional Islamic and social responsible investments? Are these the right theories? Right? Because we have discussed in terms of view out there that by limiting the space, right, there will be limit diversifications for Sharia compliant stock, and as a result, the risk may be higher because you have smaller space, right? So you have to look in that context. When you know where your literature in, you can go to that literature and discuss the theories. The only thing that I need to know here, because you look at these three, why would the three indices typically perform differently? Yeah, so that needs to be answered because you want to compare between those three, right? So that's why I put here, is this theory appropriate to underline the objective that you have? Efficiency market hypothesis, because you are not looking at how each index process information and incorporate in the pricings and so on, right? Now, when it comes to this point, and later on, I know you focus on volatility, but then I'm not sure whether efficient market will be strong enough in terms of analyzing the impact of this, right? Because the crisis occurrence through its impact on the economy will impact stock prices negatively. However, there exist various theoretical arguments whether different types of stock will be affected in the same way, right? And in the area of this, there's two views coming in, right? So which means that efficient market hypothesis may not need to be highlighted because this doesn't explain why these three perform differently, right? And then in terms of empirical studies, are they well structured? Are they hinting on the gaps on your contributions at the end? Because your contributions, there exist limited studies. Now, if you look at, these are what I'm taking out from your literature review, right? You mentioned the first article, higher risk. At this point, I do not know yet that you are going to focus, you mentioned in terms of volatility, right? At this point, you have higher risk, and these are 12 developed and emerging markets. And then you mentioned market volatility increases, but no, which market did the paper look to, you did not mention. And when it comes to the big, higher market liquidity and again, volatility, but these are global market. And then you go to China, higher return for China, lower return for China, and then suddenly return coming here, and Baker, you put in plummeting equities and rocketing volatility for the US case. So these are these studies, right, that you have put in before, right? Before you move into basically you move into others. Now, why you do this thing? For a very simple reason, because your focus is pandemic, right? your focus in pandemic. But if you're focused on the performance of those three stocks, this will not come at the beginning in your review. Right? Your technical reviews, basically you are going to put first what are the views out there in terms of the performance of these three. Right? Whether by doing good things, whether you are going to get good return or lower risk, or you are going to be you are going to be basically or there will be cost of doing the good things, and that the view there, and that one will be the first one in terms of what you have discussed in terms of theories, and then you are going to look at only articles that make comparative performance between at least two of these three, right? Some look at two, some look at three. Now you put all those three together, for example, right? Which are few studies, and that one can become your gap also. You do this thing because you start with pandemic, but if you start with performance, you will not review this one first, right? But even in terms of this case, when you look, you put develops, you put market volatility, and you have return in between, right? So which means that you have not put enough thought in terms of how to structure your review to hint on the gap that you try to fill in at the end. And then after you have mentioned this study, you move to Islamic stocks. But then you also mentioned socially responsible investment, but none of the papers, I think, or very few papers that you look at socially responsible investments. You take Islamic stock as socially responsible investments, right? And then you look at recent studies during time pandemic, which I think the one that you do during the pandemic, right? Which means that your review should emphasize what I have said before in terms of the gap. Few studies has been done during the pandemic, and our result is not concrete, so that you can end your literature review with the gaps, right? So these are type of things that you look at, and your performance, right? Because you want to look at volatility, but then you have return in there, something in between, and then you have, and of course, there are more studies than this in the context of the impact of crisis and so on. But because you focus on pandemic, and these studies may not be mentioned in detail, in fact, because the one that you are interested more is the relative performance of these three, not just the stock market. So you can mention various studies have focused on the impact of the pandemic later, but this one later on the performance of stock markets. However, this study focused only on conventional index. Few studies have looked at comparative performance of these three, for example. So you have to build up in that way, right? In that way for during the crisis. So you have to evaluate back whether what you have done here, your literature review well structured. And that one very important, and that's why we discussed in terms of how to structure literature review, so that at the end it brings to, again, your objective that you have, because your objective, you try to fill the gaps that exist in the literature, where that gap, you highlight them in your problem statement, you highlight them in your contributions. Again, go back to your objective when it comes to performance of all these, right? So very important parts. I do not see these are more, if you look at performance, I do not see these are appropriate. If you look at the impact of pandemics, I also do not see these are appropriate, because when it comes to the impact of pandemic, more or less you have to look at the present value model, asset price valuations. When it comes to bad time, asset price will drop. But then you raise the question, why some drop more, why some drop less? What are the factors, right? So those are type of things that you may have to raise, right, in the context of the theories. Now, when it comes to methods, right, you use Engage, DCC, right, where you mentioned that in terms of these methods, you can get volatility measures. You can get conditional correlations, right? Now, and then you use FTSE Indonesia, Refinitiv Islamic Indonesia, Index Jakarta SRI 30 Index, right? And then your index running from March 2020 until June 2021, right? So you have daily data set that you try to look at. Now, when you use MGAS DCC, does it address the research objective? Right? Does it address the research objective? Right? So which means that is research objective clear in terms of performance? Right? So one thing that you try to do, basically, you try to look at volatility of those three indices during the time of pandemic. And of course, MGAS DCC give you conditional volatility measures of these three stocks. And you plot them. Right? But once you plot them, how you answer the question from the plot? For you to make conclusions, conventional stock more volatile, Islamic stock less volatile, for example, right? So that's the first part that I need to ask you, because when you address your research objective, as I mentioned here, right? These are your research objectives that you address. Right? Sorry, I have to put your papers on the spotlight. I have not gone through this because this one is quite technical. You can follow whatever literature. You put this stock volatility, which I think that you generate them. And how do you make conclusions from here? Right? From here. Right? It seems to me, right, the SRI stock is least volatile. It seems to me because I look at the magnitude here with 7 and 6 decimal point. Right? You have minus 0.7. But now, it's quite not clear between these two, right? Because of the scales difference, right? So here the scale is from 0 up until 0.00015. Here from 0 until 0.002. So they are different between those two, right? So very difficult to see comparison. But even that, how you make conclusion from here that conventional stock more volatile than Islamic stocks, right? Because how do you make conclusion from these plots? So those are type of things. And that's why basically I asked there, how you answer your research objective from the methods, right? To see whether the method that you use here, right? The method that you use here, right? To see whether the method that you use here appropriate or not to address your research objective, right? To address your research objective. So I'm not sure here in this context. I'm not sure because I also sit down and try to look at in what cases people use MGAS DCC. They use them for the purpose of comparing performance, or do they use them for the purpose of looking at dynamic correlation between them with the objective try to evaluate the hedging, safe haven property, or diversification benefits of investing in these three different classes of stocks. I try to take a look at. So when I look at in many articles, MGAS DCC more used for looking at the spillover of risk from one class of asset to the other class of asset. It's not for comparing, right? Because when you get this, then the next thing, of course, I have seen this, but how you compare between, right? So that's why I raise here, how do you address your objective? How you address efficiency, because you have one research questions on efficiency. Why dynamic correlation important in evaluating performance, right? Are you looking at hedging performance, safe haven performance, against what? Right? Against what? So if you want to look at in the context, for example, whether Islamic stock return is hedging against general stock market and as compared to SRI. So that different thing. So when it comes to this part, I'm not quite clear in the context of what you try to look at, right? And that's why I put in here in terms of you here is research objective discussed, right? And I'm not gone basically into detail because you have to address this one first, because at the end, the presentation of the result have to be aligned with your objective. What are the first objective? Volatility. And then you discuss the result. And of course, when you discuss the result, you can compare with your result with the existing one. And you can say that your results are more in line with which view, right? If you say that the Islamic investment have low risk, right? Your results are more in line with the view that emphasize of doing goods, of being socially responsible. And because by being socially responsible, right, and this result in lower risk. And this might be due to such and such, you explain and you try to elaborate and so on. But then I have a concern here whether the MGAS DCC can address your objective or not. Of course, you get volatility measures, but from these volatility measures, how do you test and come up with the conclusions that the conventional investments have higher risk as compared to the other two? And what are the purpose of conditional correlations, right? Because when it comes to performance here, what do you mean by performance, right? So it has to be clear. It may be of use because when you look at the figure of conditional correlation, some story can be told, but you have to be clear from the beginning. And that's why I said the research objective is that clear. When you just put performance and risk and provide the impression that you try to compare them, right? But then at the same time, you try to look at correlation between them in the sense that whether you can use both conventional and Islamic in your portfolio in order to basically reduce the risk, right? And we can see correlations between Islamic. So those are stories that you have to tell, which means you have to know exactly what the method that you use here tell you what, whether it is in line with your objective or not. So those are that I have in terms of this case. And I think the same thing with all other cases. When you look at methods, how it addresses your objective. And the one that used the structural equation modeling is quite clear cut because you link them quite carefully. But then at the end, for that one, you have to go into discussions, whether you have discussed well or not. Right? I'm not so well versed with PLS and SEM, right? But then I can take a look at whether I get some understanding or not with what you have discussed in your work. So these are my feedback that I have, right, with your work that you have here on this topic. And as I said, right, even this one topic alone, it takes the second half for me to give a review. And that's why I would say that moving forward, for example, right, moving forward, after this concluding series, number 10, right? And then I know that you have already submitted to me, few of you, the full draft. But then I would like you to go back and look at one more time to your draft. And then once you finish the draft, you submit to me, right? And give me some time. And then we are going to schedule even into next year, for example. I will schedule with you. I would like to ask permissions for me to be able to schedule with you. And I will try to bring you through because I believe that my job is not done yet until basically my satisfaction is basically not my job, because our job will never get done. We always have things to do, but then my satisfactions will not be there unless I see the output coming out from you. And that's why I will be willing voluntarily to further guide you after this concluding workshops here and reading, provide feedbacks, right? But then you have to be ready to get basically very strong feedback regarding your work, right? In terms of guiding you. As long as you are willing to incorporate, of course we can have disagreements, but then disagreements can be put up into the discussion between us, right? And looking at, because sometimes I may miss certain things, you may have a better viewpoint and so on, but that can open up to discussions. So that discussions need to go on beyond these workshops that I would like to go through, right, with you, right? So Any submissions after this hopefully will be the draft, and then I will be in touch with you when you submit the full draft. Yeah. Okay. So these are my general view of the draft, which means that you look at the way I put in here, exactly the same thing as normally people read. What are your objectives? Are there good motivation into your objective, right? What are your contributions? At least, is this theory is appropriate? Your literature review structured well, that lead to the gaps, for example. And then when it comes to methods, very easily, right? I have not asked, basically, I have not asked robustness check yet, right? Just because MGAS is quite advanced method, so I have not asked the robustness check. But then I asked, does this method able, or is this method able to address business objective? Because I do not see explanation in the context of how you capture efficiency, for example. Because normally efficiency is captured through unit root behavior, where you cannot predict the stock market, right? Randomness of the stock market is considered as efficiency. Predictability of stock market is considered as inefficiency. So I'm not sure what type of efficiency that you are looking at, whether weak form, semi-strong form, or strong form efficiency. So I'm not sure, because that one have not been put in. Right? Maybe this one is basically semi-strong form. I'm not sure, right? So because it's not been explained carefully in your work, right? So these are what I will try to put in, and again, as I said, basically, you can revise and revise further. Don't rush in terms of sending to the journal, but then we should revise and look back, presenting, get feedback, and I'm here to provide feedback for the article that you are writing, right? So Danny, I would like to open up to all, right? Hopefully you get benefits throughout the 10 weeks, right? And any shortcomings coming from me, and if because there are many things that you have given me. I know that I am not touched, I am not given feedback, but I try to touch in general terms so that you can take that lessons and go back, re-evaluate your work. Because of many articles, I cannot go to one by one. You have seen, even this one article, for example, we have gone through almost 1.5 hours, right? So it had 10 articles, then we have to have more than 1 day to go through together, right? It's like supervising the thesis, right? It takes a long time. The same thing for the articles. Okay, so let me stop here before I proceed and try to get your questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Mansur. I see Ms. David raise hand. Are you want to ask something? Mr. atau Miss Desi? Deti? Oh no. Oh no. Anyone, panelists, want to share, or you want to ask or give feedback? Please. Maybe
and one more thing, the one that give me on P2P, I think I will give you feedback. You don't need to resubmit, because I've scanned through, because quite interesting, because you look at psychological aspects, different factors, right? You look at psychological aspects. So I will give you back more or less more writing, because you have a good framework that you put in for that part. Quite interesting, this is article, right? Yeah. But then when I said interesting, I have to look back in the context of sample and so on, validity of those sample and so on. But you look at this article follow. These are the model developments, the conceptual framework that you have, right? The typical model that you have adopted, right? So this is quite good that you have that. And then from these models, you have everything that you have discussed, right? And then you have the results. These are the results. Of course, require expert to read this. I do not know how to read this, but then at least if I see your discussion, it should be easy to understand, right? Because as I mentioned, if I am able to understand your writing, where your writing is not in my area, it means that you write clearly, right? You have clarity of writing. So these are, but I'm interested when I look at, you said you look at the psychological aspects, right? You look at life dissatisfactions, you look at unfairness, you look at inferiority. So these are different types of factors that we in economics look at, because we look at income, right? We look at the age of individual, we look at the type of job they are in, so we are more of economic factors, but these are psychological factors, which is new to me. And that's why I say I'm quite interested in this work, because this new dimension to look at dissatisfactions, unfairness, the way people perceive things, and how the way people perceive things affects basically the outcome. Because these are in the also for I mentioned my professor Douglas North, for example, right? After he wrote on institutions, right, he brings psychology in, try to look at the cognitive aspect of human being, the way we understand things, how that affect behavior, and how we process information, right? So this would be quite interesting because it's interdisciplinary, psychological factors in, and try to understand peer-to-peer lending. So I will read this one. I may give you a suggestion in terms of writing and so on later on. This one you don't need to resubmit back. I would take this one as, because I think you have submitted to me quite some time back. And last night I scanned through. I said, these are interesting study that we look at, because you look at life satisfaction, perceived unfairness, all these things. And then you have moderating factor as moral norm. And these are how it affects default intentions, right? Quite interesting, right? On this part. Okay.
Yeah, this is a good suggestion for Deti. This is Ms. Muniati Aisyah. Do you want to ask or give some comment?
Yes, thank you, Pak Denny. Prof. Mansur, I sent you my article. It's about ride hailing, the Gojek services.
Yeah. No, I got your articles in terms of the Gojek, right? Yeah, I have your articles. But then I have to assess, because these are not in my area. I know it's not in my area, but I will try to read if you want me to read them, but it's not my area. Look at collaborative consumption impacts on customer satisfactions and drivers' psychological well-being during COVID-19 pandemic. The case of Gojek ride-hailing services in Indonesia, right? So yeah. When I look at this thing, I try to Google what it means by collaborative consumptions, right? So you have to give me a little bit more time to read this thing, because it's totally new to me. When I look at this article, right, it's really new in terms of the meaning of collaborative consumptions, customer satisfactions, and drivers for psychological well-being and so on. Right? It's quite new to me, but I will try to give you feedback. And these are, and because when it's not in my area, it's quite difficult for me to suggest what are more, how you put your topic in a more broader theme that are of interest to the international audience, for example, right? From the international audience. So basically, I myself have to be aware of literature, like the one that on COVID-19 and stock market and social responsible. I'm aware of literature, and that's why I'm able to put into that context, right? But I have your articles, yes.
Yeah. Okay, can I ask you?
Yeah, sure.
About, I still confused about the robustness check in my, I don't know, does it about I have to use another method or is it okay that because there is estimation for like outer and inner model that is it already about the robustness or a different method? I'm still confused about the robustness.
Okay. Now, you have to look at in your area of work, for example, right? And this one sometimes, because I have not read article that use SEM and your work use PLS SEM. Now, you have to look in your area of work that use PLS SEM, for example, right? What are the type of robustness check that they use, if there exist any, to be your guideline? Right? You just take 10 articles, doesn't have to be in your own area, that use those things and try to look at how they do robustness checks, right? And the other one that I think I come across with, there are certain assumptions that you make when you build up your SEM PLS, right? Certain assumptions, statistical assumptions that you make. There may be alternative assumptions, and that alternative assumption may be robustness checks. So I'm not sure. So you have to look in that context. I cannot advise you exactly because I do not use PLS SEM. But then, as I mentioned, look at 10 articles and look at how they do robustness check, because that's the way I do. When in term panel data, for example, I take an article and I look at how this article do robustness check, how this article do robustness check. So I have some ideas. And the same thing in terms of your case. You look into your own areas, for example, do they do robustness checks, right? With assumptions, right? Because I think all models have assumptions, right? And all models have alternative assumptions, which means they have different assumptions, right? So with that different assumptions may come up with different type of estimating, right? When it comes different type of estimating, then it would be you start with one first, and the other one can be robustness checks, right? So those are type of things that you have to look at. Yeah.
Yeah. How about the small number of samples? Because I only have like 120. Is it okay?
I read somewhere that the number of observation for SEM must meet certain minimum. I'm not sure. You have to look again your areas of work. Anyone that have used SEM can help here. What are the minimum numbers? Because I have read article that put in the minimums certain numbers.
Yeah, for questionnaire, usually with I forget indicator is we multiple indicator with 5 or some